Today, I've prepared the biography of Stephen Hawking. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. As you settle deeper into your pillows, let your breathing slow down. Tonight, we'll drift through the remarkable life of Stephen Hawking, the brilliant physicist who explored the mysteries of black holes and the universe while facing extraordinary personal challenges. His story is one of incredible determination and intellectual curiosity. Let his journey through the cosmos guide your thoughts as you gently transition into peaceful slumber. The stars that fascinated him so much now watch over you as you rest. In the quiet English city of Oxford, as winter gave way to the first gentle whispers of spring in 1942, a child was born who would one day unravel the mysteries of time and space. Stephen William Hawking arrived in this world on January 8th, a date that coincidentally marked the 300th anniversary of Galileo's passing, a cosmic coincidence that seems almost poetic in retrospect. The world outside was engulfed in the tumult of the Second World War. But within the Hawking household, a new universe of possibility had just begun. Frank and Isabel Hawking welcomed their first son into a home filled with books and intellectual curiosity. Frank, a respected medical researcher specializing in tropical diseases, carried with him a quiet, methodical approach to understanding the world. Isabel, with her warm smile and quick mind, had studied philosophy, politics, and economics at Oxford, unusual for women of her generation. Together, they created an environment where questions were encouraged and knowledge was treasured like family heirlooms. The Hawking family home in Highgate, a leafy northern district of London, was a place where conversations about science, politics, and philosophy flowed as naturally as tea at breakfast. Young Stephen would often lie awake at night, his mind drifting among the stars, visible through his bedroom window, wondering about the vastness of the universe that would later become his intellectual playground. As a child, Stephen moved through the world with a certain deliberate thoughtfulness. His early education began at the Byron House School, where, interestingly, he learned to read rather late, not before the age of 8. This unhurried development gave no indication of the intellectual giant he would become. His teachers and parents noticed, however, that once he became interested in something, be it the intricate mechanisms of clocks or the patterns of the night sky, his focus was absolute, his curiosity insatiable. When Stephen was 8 years old, the family moved to St. Albans, a historic market town just north of London. The gentle rolling hills and ancient cathedral created a backdrop for his growing curiosity about how things worked. It was a fitting description for a home where dinner conversations might range from recent advances in medicine to the political philosophies of ancient Greece. In this nurturing environment, Stephen's siblings also flourished. His sister Mary was born in 1943, followed by Philippa in 1947, and later adopted brother Edward in 1956. The Hawking children grew up in a household where frugality was practiced not out of necessity, but principle. Frank's research position didn't provide lavish means, but there was always money for books, education, and the occasional family adventure. The family would often pile into their London taxi, an unconventional family car that Frank had purchased secondhand for its spaciousness and durability for holidays in Scotland or along the English coast. During these journeys, Frank would point out constellations in the night sky, planting seeds of cosmic wonder in young Stephen's mind. These quiet moments of connection beneath the vast canopy of stars would later inform Hawking's lifelong relationship with the universe. At St. Albans School, which Stephen attended from the age of 11, his academic interests began to take clearer shape. Mathematics and physics called to him like old friends, though his early academic performance didn't always reflect his exceptional abilities. His handwriting was nearly illegible, a detail that seems prescient given his later physical challenges, and he often completed his work without showing the steps of his calculations, arriving at answers through intuitive leaps that mystified both classmates and teachers. A close circle of friends formed around Stephen during these formative years. Despite this playful name, they were far from idle. This group of intellectually curious boys spent countless hours discussing everything from chess strategies to the nature of existence, building model airplanes, and creating board games with increasingly complex rules. One of Stephen's closest friends during this time was John McClenahan, who later recalled how they would spend hours discussing the construction of model airplanes, with Stephen showing particular interest in how things worked and fit together. Together with their friends, they built a primitive computer out of recycled parts, a testament to their shared curiosity and Stephen's early fascination with the logical systems that govern our world. The Hawking household itself was a place of gentle eccentricity. The family dinner table hosted not just meals, but intellectual feasts. Conversations were spirited, opinions were respected, and no topic was considered too complex for young minds. The family kept bees in the garden, grew vegetables, and maintained a somewhat chaotic household where books occupied every available surface. In the summer evenings, the family would often lie on blankets in the garden, watching for shooting stars, while Frank explained the movements of the planets. Isabel, with her political awareness and social conscience, instilled in Stephen a sense that knowledge carried responsibility. She encouraged her children to look beyond their comfortable existence, to understand the broader world. The family took in refugees during various global crises, exposing young Stephen to different cultures and perspectives, widening his understanding of humanity's place in the cosmos. He would later study so intensely. As a teenager, Stephen developed a passion for rowing during his time at St. Albans School. Though not naturally athletic, he found in rowing a perfect combination of physical exertion and precise calculation, the rhythm of oars cutting through water, the mathematical precision required to maximize efficiency. These elements appealed to his methodical mind. He served as a coxswain, the person responsible for steering and coordinating the rowing team, a position that required strategic thinking and clear communication, skills that would serve him well in his later academic career. The night sky continued to captivate Stephen throughout his adolescence. His father would sometimes wake him in the early hours to witness meteor showers or lunar eclipses. Together, they would stand in the garden, breath-forming clouds in the cool air. As Frank explained celestial mechanics in terms his son could understand. These quiet moments of wonder, shared between father and son beneath the infinite expanse of stars, planted the seeds for Stephen's later exploration of cosmic questions. Music filled the Hawking home as well. Classical compositions often played on the family's record player, with Bach and Mozart being particular favorites. Stephen developed an appreciation for the mathematical precision of Bach's compositions, finding in them a harmony that reflected the elegant equations he was beginning to explore in his physics studies, though he never became a musician himself. This early exposure to the mathematical beauty of music informed his later understanding of the universe's underlying patterns. When it came time to consider university, Stephen's father hoped he would follow in his footsteps at University College, Oxford. Frank believed a medical career might be suitable for his son, but Stephen's interests had already turned decisively toward mathematics and physics. The mysteries of the universe called to him more strongly than the mysteries of the human body. In 1959, at the age of 17, Stephen took the Oxford entrance examinations. His performance was exceptional, particularly in physics, earning him a scholarship to study natural sciences. The autumn of that year found him walking beneath the ancient spires of Oxford, following paths trodden by centuries of scholars before him, yet destined to explore intellectual territories none had mapped. Oxford in the early 1960s was still steeped in tradition. Morning chapel, formal dinners in medieval halls, and academic gowns were part of daily life. Stephen, with his increasingly independent mind, found some of these traditions amusing, others stifling. He joined the University College Boat Club, continuing his interest in rowing, and became known for his keen mind and dry wit among his peers. Academic work at Oxford came almost too easily to Stephen. He later estimated that he spent only about an hour a day on his studies, finding the curriculum less challenging than he had anticipated. This led to periods of boredom and occasionally obsession, a feeling of drifting without purpose that would only be resolved when he found his true intellectual calling in cosmology and theoretical physics. During university vacations, Stephen would return to the family home in St. Albans, where his siblings noticed subtle changes in their brother. He was becoming more independent, more confident in his unusual way of thinking, more determined to chart his own intellectual course. Family discussions became even more lively as Stephen brought home new ideas and philosophical questions from his Oxford education. It was during his final year at Oxford that Stephen began to notice the first subtle signs of physical change. Occasionally, he would stumble without reason, or find his hands wouldn't cooperate fully with his intentions. These early symptoms were easy to dismiss, the result of tiredness, perhaps, or the effects of Oxford's notorious late-night discussions over bottles of wine. Neither Stephen nor those around him could have imagined that these small inconsistencies in movement were the first whispers of the condition that would eventually confine his extraordinary mind within an increasingly unresponsive body. Stephen graduated from Oxford in 1962 with a first-class honors degree in natural science. Standing at this threshold between youth and adulthood, between student and scholar, he faced decisions about his future direction. Cambridge beckoned for graduate studies, offering the opportunity to work with some of the leading cosmologists of the time. The universe that had captivated him since childhood now awaited his mature attention. As autumn painted the Cambridge willows golden that year, Stephen arrived to begin his graduate studies, not yet knowing that his body harbored the early stages of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS. The diagnosis would come later, casting a shadow over his early 20s, but ultimately serving as a catalyst for his remarkable focus and productivity in the years that followed. The quiet, thoughtful child who had once gazed at stars from his garden in St. Albans had begun the journey toward becoming one of history's most renowned theoretical physicists. The universe that had whispered to him through his father's telescope was about to reveal its secrets to his extraordinary mind, and though the body that carried that mind would soon begin to fail him, Stephen Hawking's early years had equipped him with the curiosity, resilience, and wonder that would allow his thoughts to roam freely across the cosmos long after his physical movement became constrained. In these formative years, before fame and physical challenges came to define him in the public eye, Stephen Hawking was shaped by the gentle influence of curious parents, the stimulation of intellectual peers, and his own quietly persistent fascination with the fundamental questions of existence. The stars that had watched over his childhood continued to guide his path, leading him toward discoveries that would one day change humanity's understanding of time, space, and our place within the vast, mysterious universe that had captivated him from the beginning. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle stillness of a world long past, the Hawking family story begins to unfold like a soft blanket across the landscape of time. Stephen Hawking, whose mind would one day traverse the cosmos, came from roots deeply embedded in the rich soil of English heritage, with branches extending across Europe in a delicate tapestry of ancestry. The Hawking lineage whispers to us from the mists of Yorkshire, where the family name first emerged among the rolling hills and quiet valleys. The name itself carries the echo of ancient falconry, deriving from hawking or hawking, suggesting perhaps that Stephen's ancestors may have been connected to this noble medieval practice. One can imagine these early Hawkings, their faces turned skyward, watching their birds soar against cloud-strewn skies, much as Stephen himself would later gaze upward in contemplation of the universe's mysteries. On his father's side, Frank Hawking brought a tradition of intellectual curiosity and scientific inquiry. Frank was a respected medical researcher specializing in tropical diseases, his work taking him to far-flung corners of the world. The gentle rhythm of scientific methodology that filled Frank's days would later find resonance in his son's meticulous approach to unraveling cosmic puzzles. Frank's own father had been a farmer in Yorkshire, working in harmony with the seasons, understanding intuitively the patterns and cycles that govern our world. This connection to the natural order, perhaps, planted the earliest seeds of Stephen's later fascination with the universe's grand design. Isabel Hawking, Stephen's mother, contributed a rich Scottish heritage to the family tapestry. The Walker family from which she descended had long valued education, producing a lineage of teachers, writers, and thinkers. Isabel herself attended Oxford University at a time when few women pursued higher education, bringing to her family a progressive worldview and a quiet determination that would later be mirrored in her famous son's refusal to surrender to physical limitations. The Walker family had origins in the Highlands of Scotland, where mist-covered mountains and deep, still lochs created a landscape that invited contemplation. Family stories told of ancestors who would sit by firelight during the long northern winters, sharing tales of clan history and natural philosophy. In those stories, the cosmos itself was often a character, with stars serving as guides and the aurora borealis dancing as a reminder of unseen forces shaping our world. When the Walker and Hawking lines merged through marriage, they created a household where books lined the walls and dinner conversations regularly turned to matters of science, politics, and art. Stephen was born into this nurturing intellectual environment on January 8, 1942, in Oxford. A deliberate choice by his parents, who moved there temporarily from London to ensure their child would be born in greater safety during the uncertainty of World War II. Even in this earliest decision, we see the careful consideration and protective instinct that would surround young Stephen's formative years. The family soon settled in the historic market town of St. Albans, where the ancient cathedral stood as a testament to human aspiration reaching skyward. Here, in a modest but comfortable house on Hillside Road, the Hawking family created their home. The garden behind the house became a place of wonder for young Stephen, who would lie on the grass during clear summer evenings, looking up at the stars scattered across the darkening sky like diamonds on velvet. Family holidays often took them to the Scottish Highlands, connecting Stephen to his mother's ancestral lands. There, beneath star-filled skies unmarred by city lights, the family would share stories of their ancestors, tales of resilience, curiosity, and quiet courage that echoed through generations. One such story told of a great-great-grandfather who had been a lighthouse keeper on a remote Scottish island, spending his nights watching the stars while guiding ships safely through dangerous waters. Perhaps this ancestor's vigilant observation of the night sky planted a seed in the family consciousness that would later bloom in Stephen's cosmic explorations. The Hawking home in St. Albans was not lavish by material standards, but was rich in intellectual stimulation. Bookshelves overflowed with volumes on science, history, and literature. The family kept a tradition of reading aloud in the evenings, their voices creating a gentle rhythm that carried young Stephen into worlds of imagination and knowledge. His father would often read from works of astronomy and physics, the complex concepts floating through the warm evening air like music, settling into Stephen's developing mind and taking root. Meal times in the Hawking household were occasions for lively discussion rather than silent consumption. The family maintained the tradition of debating ideas openly, with even the youngest members encouraged to form and express their own thoughts. This democratic approach to intellectual exchange created an environment where questioning was valued above conformity, a foundation that would later support Stephen's willingness to challenge established scientific theories. The family also maintained what they called wonder walks, regular outings where they would observe natural phenomena and discuss the principles behind them. Frank Hawking might point out the mathematical patterns in a pinecone, or explain the physics behind a rainbow arching across the sky after summer rain. These gentle lessons, delivered not in classrooms, but in moments of shared discovery, helped shape Stephen's perception of the world as a place governed by elegant, discernible principles. Though the Hawkings were not particularly religious in a traditional sense, they maintained a deep reverence for the mysteries of existence. This spiritual openness, neither bound by dogma nor dismissive of the numinous, created space for Stephen to develop his own relationship with the profound questions of being. The ancient cathedral in St. Albans, with its soaring architecture and centuries of human contemplation embedded in its stones, served as a quiet reminder of humanity's enduring quest to understand its place in the cosmos. Cultural traditions in the Hawking household blended English reserve with intellectual freedom. Holidays were marked by both conventional observances and unique family rituals. Christmas might include the traditional roast dinner, but also an evening of stargazing, if the weather permitted. The family bundled in warm clothes, their breath forming clouds in the cold night air as they identified constellations together. This interweaving of conventional practice with intellectual exploration created a childhood for Stephen that honored heritage while encouraging innovation. The extended family gathered periodically, bringing together cousins, aunts, and uncles from various branches of the family tree. These gatherings were occasions for sharing family lore, tales of ancestors who had lived through significant historical events or made notable contributions in their fields. One such story told of a distant relative who had worked with James Clerk Maxwell, the physicist whose equations on electromagnetism would later influence Stephen's own work on the fundamental forces of the universe. Music flowed through the Hawking household like a gentle stream. Isabel played the piano, filling evening hours with the works of Bach and Beethoven. This mathematical music, with its patterns and progressions, provided another language through which young Stephen could experience the ordered beauty of the universe. The family would sometimes attend concerts together, sitting in quiet appreciation as symphonies unfolded around them. The organized complexity of the music mirroring the cosmic harmonies Stephen would later explore. As autumn painted the Cambridge willows golden that year, Stephen arrived to begin his graduate studies, not yet knowing that his body harbored the early stages of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS. The diagnosis would come later, casting a shadow over his early 20s, but ultimately serving as a catalyst for his remarkable focus and productivity in the years that followed. The quiet, thoughtful child who had once gazed at stars from his garden in St. Albans had begun the journey toward becoming one of history's most renowned theoretical physicists. The universe that had whispered to him through his father's telescope was about to reveal its secrets to his extraordinary mind. And though the body that carried that mind would soon begin to fail him, Stephen Hawking's early years had equipped him with the curiosity, resilience, and wonder that would allow his thoughts to roam freely across the cosmos long after his physical movement became constrained. In these formative years, before fame and physical challenges came to define him in the public eye, Stephen Hawking was shaped by the gentle influence of curious parents, the stimulation of intellectual peers, and his own quietly persistent fascination with the fundamental questions of existence. The stars that had watched over his childhood continued to guide his path, leading him toward discoveries that would one day change humanity's understanding of time, space, and our place within the vast, mysterious universe that had captivated him from the beginning. The Hawking family carried with them traditions of resilience that would prove essential in the years to come. Stories were told of ancestors who had endured hardships, the Great Economic Depression, 2 world wars, personal losses, and emerged with their dignity and purpose intact. This narrative of perseverance through difficulty became woven into the family identity, creating a framework that would later help Stephen face his own profound challenges with remarkable grace. When Stephen met Jane Wilder, a languages student at Cambridge, 2 family traditions began to intertwine. Jane brought her own rich heritage to their relationship, her family valuing literature and the arts as the Hawkings valued science. Their marriage would create a new branch of the family tree, one that blended these complementary traditions and produced 3 children who would carry forward this diverse intellectual heritage. The rhythms of family life adapted as Stephen's condition progressed. New traditions emerged: quiet afternoons in the garden, where the changing seasons could be observed from a wheelchair, evenings of shared reading, with Jane or the children giving voice to the words Stephen selected, gatherings where his computerized voice became as familiar and beloved to extended family as any natural voice had ever been. Throughout the generations, the Hawking family maintained a tradition of looking outward to the community, to the world, to the stars. This expansive perspective prevented the narrowing of vision that can sometimes occur in family lines, keeping their collective gaze wide enough to encompass both immediate concerns and cosmic questions. Stephen's own work, reaching toward the very beginning of time and the furthest edges of space, represented the fullest expression of this family tendency to seek understanding beyond the immediate and apparent. As we drift toward sleep, we might imagine the ancestral voices that whispered to Stephen Hawking throughout his remarkable life. The Yorkshire farmers attuned to natural cycles, the Scottish Highlanders who navigated by the stars, the educators and researchers who sought knowledge as its own reward. These voices, carried through generations in stories, values, and genetic inheritance, found their expression in a mind that would change our understanding of the universe itself. The gentle current of family history continues to flow, carrying forward not just the Hawking name, but the traditions of curiosity, resilience, and wonder that defined it. And somewhere in the vast cosmos that Stephen spent his life exploring, perhaps the light of distant stars still carries the reflection of a small boy lying in a St. Albans garden, looking upward with questions in his eyes, questions that would one day reshape our understanding of everything. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the soft glow of post-war England, young Stephen Hawking's world unfolded in gentle layers of academic influence and middle-class comfort. Born in Oxford during the uncertain days of 1942. His earliest surroundings were deliberately chosen by parents who sought safety from the London air raids. The ancient stones of Oxford, weathered by centuries of rain and scholarship, stood as silent witnesses to his first breaths. Though he would not remain long enough among them to absorb their particular character, the Hocking family soon settled in Highgate, a leafy northern suburb of London, where the air carried both the distant hum of a rebuilding metropolis and the closer sounds of birdsong from the ancient woodlands of Highgate Wood. Here, in a modest but comfortable home, Stephen's earliest sensory experiences began to form. The house itself was nothing extraordinary, one of many similar residences that housed Britain's educated middle class. But within its walls, an extraordinary atmosphere prevailed. The home was filled with books, not displayed as decorative objects, but used, opened, referenced, and discussed. They lined shelves that reached toward ceilings, occupied side tables, and were stacked beside beds. The gentle rustle of turning pages formed part of the household's natural soundscape. The soft creak of well-worn armchairs accommodated bodies settling in for long sessions of reading. The distinctive scent of paper, binding glue, and ink mingled with the more ordinary domestic aromas of cooking, and the occasional pipe smoke from Stephen's father, Frank Hocking, a research biologist specializing in tropical diseases, brought home not just the intellectual atmosphere of scientific inquiry, but also its physical artifacts, microscopes, specimens, scientific journals, and visiting colleagues created an environment where the boundaries between home and laboratory, between family life and scientific pursuit, were pleasantly blurred. The dining table might host both Sunday roast and scientific debate, often simultaneously. Stephen's mother Isabel, herself educated at Oxford, contributed a complementary influence. Her interest in politics and social issues widened the family's conversational landscape beyond pure science into questions of human organization, ethics, and governance. The wireless radio in the corner of the sitting room brought news from across a world rebuilding itself after war, and these dispatches became material for evening discussions that stretched young minds toward global awareness. The Hocking household wasn't ostentatious. Practical furnishings, serviceable rather than fashionable, created spaces designed for thinking rather than displaying. Comfort without luxury. Function over form. The family car, somewhat unusual in post-war Britain, but necessary for a family with scientific and academic connections to maintain, was similarly chosen for reliability rather than status. It transported the family on weekend excursions to museums, to scientific colleagues' homes, and eventually on the longer journey to their new home in St. Albans. St. Albans, where Stephen spent most of his formative years, offered a different texture to daily life. This historic market town, with Roman ruins still visible among more modern structures, sat just far enough from London to possess its own distinct character while remaining connected to the capital's resources. The family's home on Hillside Road was a 3-story house, more spacious than their London accommodation, with a garden that sloped gently downward, offering young Stephen his first private observatory for watching the night sky. The garden became a sanctuary of sorts. In spring and summer, the English soil released its particular earthy fragrance, especially after rain. Roses planted by previous owners continued their annual cycle of bloom and dormancy. A small vegetable patch, maintained with varying degrees of enthusiasm by different family members, produced modest harvests. Lawn chairs appeared in warm weather, allowing the family to take tea outdoors while discussing ideas that ranged from the immediately practical to the cosmically significant. The neighborhood itself moved to the rhythm of professional families rising early, children attending school, parents pursuing careers, and everyone returning to their separate homes as evening fell. The Hawkings were not particularly social in terms of neighborhood engagement. They maintained polite relations with those living nearby, but reserved their deeper connections for those who shared their intellectual interests. Regardless of physical proximity, the sounds of Stephen's childhood were those of a household where thinking mattered more than conformity. Classical music often played on the record player. Bach, Mozart, Beethoven, creating a soundtrack for intellectual development. Meal times brought the gentle percussion of cutlery against plates, the pouring of beverages, and most importantly, conversation that never patronized the children, but instead invited them into adult discourse, with the expectation that they would rise to the occasion. Stephen's bedroom, particularly in the St. Albans house, became his first laboratory. Here, with a view of the garden and the sky beyond, he could arrange his growing collection of books, maps, and the mechanical components that fascinated him. He disassembled clocks and radios, seeking to understand their inner workings, leaving parts carefully organized across surfaces in patterns that made sense only to him. The room smelled of paper, metal, and the indefinable scent of curiosity itself. The changing seasons marked the passage of time in ways both obvious and subtle. Autumn brought falling leaves that crunched underfoot on walks to school, the smell of wood smoke from neighbors' chimneys, and earlier evenings that allowed for stargazing before bedtime. Winter wrapped the house in a blanket of quiet, with frost patterns on windows and the hissing of radiators providing a background to indoor pursuits. Spring announced itself, with crocuses pushing through the garden soil, and the return of birds whose songs Stephen could increasingly identify. Summer offered the longest days for exploration, for lying on the lawn watching clouds form and dissipate in patterns that seemed to suggest larger organizing principles in nature. At St. Albans School, where Stephen was educated from age 11, the physical environment reinforced the values of his home. Ancient buildings housed modern thinking, classrooms with high ceilings and tall windows allowed natural light to fall across desks where boys bent over Latin texts or mathematical problems. The school library, with its distinctive scent of leather bindings and furniture polish, offered quiet corners where young minds could encounter ideas from across centuries. The playing fields, where Stephen participated with limited enthusiasm and success, provided a counterpoint of physical exertion to balance intellectual effort. The school stood as part of a longer tradition of British education, where certain expectations of behavior and achievement were communicated not just through explicit rules, but through the very stones of the buildings, the portraits of distinguished alumni on the walls, the worn paths across quadrangles where generations of feet had traveled. Stephen absorbed these messages, even as he began to question the frameworks they represented. The town of St. Albans itself offered layers of history visible in daily life. Roman ruins, the magnificent cathedral, medieval streets, and newer developments coexisted in a physical representation of time's passage. For a boy already developing an interest in fundamental questions about time and space, these tangible remnants of different eras provided a concrete manifestation of historical continuity. Walking through the town center, past buildings constructed across a millennium, one could almost feel time as a physical dimension. The Hawking family's social environment was as carefully cultivated as their physical one. Friends were chosen primarily for their intellectual compatibility, rather than convenience or social advantage. The house welcomed visitors who brought interesting ideas or experiences. Scientists, academics, students, and occasionally more eccentric figures whose unconventional thinking Frank and Isabel found stimulating. These guests expanded the family's mental horizons while reinforcing the value placed on intellectual exchange. Dinner parties at the Hawking home were not exercises in social climbing, but opportunities for robust discussion. The dining room, modestly furnished but comfortable, became a forum where ideas were served alongside food. Young Stephen and his siblings were not excluded from these gatherings, but were expected to listen, learn, and eventually contribute. The clinking of glasses, the passing of dishes, and the rise and fall of animated conversation created an atmosphere where knowledge was treated as nourishment, as essential as what filled their plates. The family maintained a tradition of self-reliance that manifested in practical ways. Clothing was expected to last. Possessions were repaired rather than replaced. Extravagance was discouraged not from financial necessity, but from philosophical preference. This created an environment where value was placed on substance rather than appearance, on lasting quality rather than momentary impression. Values that would later inform Stephen's approach to to both scientific problems and personal challenges. Holidays provided different sensory experiences that expanded Stephen's world. Family trips to Scotland introduced him to more dramatic landscapes, mountains that rose with ancient authority, locks that held their secrets in dark waters, skies that seemed vaster than those above St. Albans. Visits to the seaside brought the rhythmic sound of waves, the distinctive scent of salt water and seaweed, the feel of sand between toes, and shells collected as temporary treasures. Each new environment offered different patterns to observe, different natural laws to consider throughout all these spaces: home, school, town, and beyond. Young Stephen moved with increasing curiosity about how things worked. His was not a childhood of passive reception, but of active investigation. The physical and social environments that surrounded him didn't merely contain him. They provided material for his developing mind to question, analyze, and eventually transcend. As night falls and we drift closer to sleep, we might imagine the bedroom where young Stephen lay awake, watching shadows move across the ceiling as cars passed on the road outside, their headlights briefly illuminating his room before continuing into the darkness. In these quiet moments, between the structured activities of daytime and the unconsciousness of sleep, his mind was free to wander across the questions that had begun to form. Why did time move in only one direction? What lay beyond the visible stars? How had everything begun? The gentle sounds of the house settling for the night, a clock ticking downstairs, the occasional creak of cooling radiators, perhaps his father's footsteps as he checked on sleeping children before retiring himself, created a cocoon of security within which such enormous questions could safely form. The darkness outside the window represented not threat, but possibility, an unexplored territory awaiting illumination by minds brave enough to venture into it. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. As night falls and we drift closer to sleep, we might imagine the bedroom where young Stephen lay awake, watching shadows move across the ceiling as cars passed on the road outside, their headlights briefly illuminating his room before continuing into the darkness. In these quiet moments, between the structured activities of daytime and the unconsciousness of sleep, his mind was free to wander across the questions that had begun to form. Why did time move in only one direction? What lay beyond the visible stars? How had everything begun? The gentle sounds of the house settling for the night, a clock ticking downstairs, the occasional creak of cooling radiators, perhaps his father's footsteps as he checked on sleeping children before retiring himself, created a cocoon of security within which such enormous questions could safely form. The darkness outside the window represented not threat, but possibility, an unexplored territory awaiting illumination by minds brave enough to venture into it. Stephen's formal education began at the St. Albans School, or the ancient buildings with their worn stone steps and corridors polished by generations of students, created an atmosphere of timeless learning. The tall windows let in soft, diffused light that fell across wooden desks where young Stephen would sit, his fingers sometimes tracing the initials carved by students long departed. The rhythm of school days, lessons, breaks, the chiming of bells marking transitions from one subject to another provided structure for his developing intellect. Mathematics came naturally to him, numbers and equations flowing through his mind like a gentle stream finding its path through a meadow. His teachers noticed this gift, this ease with which he navigated numerical landscapes that others found challenging. They would sometimes pause beside his desk, looking down at his work with quiet appreciation, occasionally offering a suggestion or posing a more difficult problem to keep his interest kindled. These moments of recognition were like soft raindrops, nurturing the seedling of his confidence. At home in the evenings, the family would often gather in their living room, the soft glow of lamps creating islands of light in which each person pursued their own interests. Stephen's father, Frank, might be reading medical journals, his mother, Isabel, perhaps marking essays from her students. In this atmosphere of comfortable intellectual pursuit, Stephen would work through mathematical puzzles, sometimes looking up to share an insight or ask a question. The family conversations meandered through topics of science, politics, and philosophy, a gentle current of ideas that Stephen absorbed as naturally as breathing. His father, a respected medical researcher, would sometimes explain his work at the National Institute for Medical Research, describing the patient process of scientific inquiry, the careful observations, the forming of hypotheses, the meticulous testing. These explanations, delivered in Frank's measured, thoughtful manner, impressed upon Stephen the beauty of methodical investigation. Science was not merely a collection of facts, but a way of approaching the world, of asking questions, and listening carefully to the answers that nature provided. When Stephen was 13, his family moved to St. Albans, a change that brought new teachers and new influences into his life. The science department at St. Albans School had several passionate educators who recognized Stephen's potential. One teacher in particular, Dikrantata, introduced him to the elegance of mathematical reasoning, showing how complex problems could be unwound with patience and insight. Under Tata's guidance, Stephen began to see mathematics not as a subject of study, but as a language through which the universe might be understood. The library at St. Albans became a sanctuary for Stephen, a place where time seemed to move differently. Between the tall shelves filled with books whose spines formed a patchwork of colors and textures, he would lose himself in works of science and mathematics. The hushed atmosphere, punctuated only by the occasional turning of pages or soft footsteps on carpeted floors, allowed his mind to expand into spaces far beyond the physical confines of the room. Here, in the company of authors long dead, he found kindred spirits who had asked the same questions that occupied his thoughts. During these formative years, Stephen and a small group of friends constructed a computer from clock parts, telephone switchboards, and other recycled components. This project, undertaken in long, peaceful afternoons that stretched into evenings, taught him not only about electronics and logical systems, but about the satisfaction of creating something functional from disparate elements. The gentle clicking of the completed machine, processing simple calculations, was a soft music of accomplishment. As university approached, Stephen's academic interests had crystallized around physics and mathematics, fields that promised answers to the fundamental questions that had fascinated him since childhood. His father had hoped he might follow the family tradition into medicine, but with characteristic gentleness, Frank accepted his son's different path. The universe itself was Stephen's patient, the laws of nature his anatomy to study. Oxford University welcomed Stephen in October 1959. Its ancient quadrangles and halls having witnessed centuries of scholarly pursuit. Here, among buildings weathered by time and tradition, he found himself part of a community dedicated to learning. The stone archways, worn smooth by countless hands, the echo of footsteps across cobbled courtyards, the murmur of discussions drifting from open windows, all created an atmosphere where intellectual exploration felt not only possible, but inevitable. Stephen found his coursework surprisingly undemanding, allowing his mind to wander into territories beyond the curriculum. The long afternoons spent punting on the river, the evenings of conversation that flowed as smoothly as the wine in college common rooms, the quiet mornings when mist hung over the university parks, all provided space for ideas to form and evolve without pressure. This freedom, this absence of constant structure, allowed his natural curiosity to follow its own course. During his time at Oxford, Stephen developed a reputation for brilliance, coupled with a certain effortlessness that sometimes puzzled his professors. He would solve complex problems with apparent ease, arriving at solutions through intuitive leaps that others reached only through laborious calculation. This gift, this ability to see connections that remained hidden to others, was like a soft light illuminating pathways through mathematical forests. Upon graduating from Oxford with a first-class honors degree in natural science, Stephen moved to Cambridge for his graduate studies. The transition from one ancient university to another was like shifting from one comfortable armchair to another, a change of perspective rather than substance. Cambridge's Department of Applied Mathematics and Theoretical Physics became his new intellectual home. Its corridors and seminar room spaces where ideas could breathe and grow. It was at Cambridge that Stephen found his most significant mentor, Dennis Sciama, a cosmologist whose gentle guidance would shape the direction of Stephen's research, Sayama was not merely a supervisor, but a companion on intellectual journeys, someone who understood that the most profound scientific insights often emerged not from rigid instruction, but from open, wandering conversations, their discussions, sometimes continuing through long walks along the river Cam, the water reflecting the changing sky above, helped Stephen refine his thinking about the nature of space and time. The early 1960s were a period of excitement in theoretical physics, with new ideas about the origins of the universe beginning to challenge long-held assumptions. The concept of the Big Bang was gaining acceptance, suggesting that the universe had a beginning, a moment of creation from which all matter, energy, space, and time had emerged. This idea resonated with Stephen, offering a potential answer to one of the questions that had occupied his childhood thoughts. As Stephen delved deeper into cosmology, the study of the universe as a whole, he became particularly interested in singularities, points where the laws of physics, as we understand them, break down. These mathematical curiosities appeared in solutions to Einstein's equations of general relativity, suggesting places of infinite density and zero volume. Most physicists regarded them as mathematical artifacts rather than physical realities. But Stephen sensed something more profound in their existence. During this period of intense intellectual exploration, Stephen's body began to send subtle signals of change. Occasionally, he would find himself unsteady on his feet, or notice that his handwriting had become less precise. These moments were like soft whispers, easily dismissed amid the louder conversations of academic life. For a time, he attributed these changes to ordinary tiredness, or perhaps the effects of occasional late nights spent in college bars with friends. In 1963, shortly after his 21st birthday, these whispers became impossible to ignore. After a fall on an icy path, Stephen's family insisted he see a doctor. The subsequent examinations, tests, and consultations led to a diagnosis that would have shattered many: motor neuron disease, also known as ALS. The doctors gave him approximately 2 years to live, their words falling like heavy stones into the still pond of his future plans. For a brief time, Stephen retreated into a kind of darkness, a period of questioning why he should continue his studies when his future had seemingly been foreclosed. This darkness, however, was not permanent, like the night sky that had fascinated him as a child. It contained within it points of light, possibilities, questions still unanswered, work still to be done. During this difficult period, Stephen met Jane Wilder, a student of languages at Westfield College. Their connection, forming slowly through conversations about poetry, music, and yes, physics, brought warmth back into Stephen's world. Jane's presence, her quiet determination and belief in his abilities, created a space where hope could cautiously return. Their courtship, unfolding through walks in university gardens, concerts in ancient churches, and letters exchanged during academic terms, provided Stephen with a reason to continue his work despite the uncertain future as his physical abilities gradually diminished. Stephen's mind seemed to compensate by becoming even more focused and creative. No longer able to work through pages of calculations by hand, he developed the ability to visualize complex mathematical processes, to hold elaborate structures in his mind, and manipulate them without external aids. This adaptation, this shift from external to internal mathematics, allowed him to approach problems from unusual angles, sometimes arriving at insights that more conventional methods might have missed. In 1966, Stephen completed his doctoral thesis, Properties of Expanding Universes, a work that established him as a significant voice in theoretical physics. The thesis examined the implications of singularities in spacetime, arguing that under certain conditions, they were not merely mathematical oddities, but necessary features of the universe, as described by general relativity. This work laid the foundation for his later, more famous contributions to our understanding of black holes and the origins of the universe. Following the completion of his doctorate, Stephen remained at Cambridge, first as a research fellow and later as a professorial fellow at Gonville and Caius College. The college, with its quiet courtyards and traditions dating back centuries, provided a stable environment from which his mind could continue to explore the cosmos. The rooms assigned to him were adapted to accommodate his changing physical needs, the ancient architecture making space for the modern realities of his condition. It was during the late 1960s and early 1970s that Stephen's most groundbreaking work began to take shape. Building on his doctoral research, he turned his attention to black holes, regions of spacetime where gravity is so intense that nothing, not even light, can escape. These mysterious objects, predicted by Einstein's theory, but not yet observed, became the focus of Stephen's intellectual energy. In collaboration with Roger Penrose, Stephen developed mathematical proofs showing that singularities were not rare anomalies, but inevitable consequences of general relativity under certain conditions. Their work suggested that the universe itself had begun from a singularity, the Big Bang, and that similar singularities existed at the centers of black holes. These ideas, presented in a series of papers and lectures delivered in Stephen's increasingly distinctive synthesized voice, changed our understanding of the cosmos. Perhaps most famously, in 1974, Stephen proposed what would later be called Hawking radiation, the theory that black holes, contrary to previous understanding, are not completely black, but emit a form of radiation. This insight, combining general relativity with quantum mechanics in a way no one had previously accomplished, suggested that black holes could eventually evaporate, returning their energy to the universe. The gentle glow of this radiation, too faint to be detected by current technology, became a metaphor for Stephen's own quiet but persistent illumination of the darkest corners of physics. Throughout these years of intellectual achievement, Stephen's physical condition continued its slow decline. Each loss of function, first walking unaided, then writing, then speaking clearly, was like a door quietly closing. Yet behind each closed door, he found windows opening to new perspectives, new ways of thinking and communicating that might have remained undiscovered had his path been easier. The adaptation of his thinking to accommodate his physical limitations mirrored the adaptability he found in the laws of physics themselves. Systems finding new equilibriums when conditions change, energy transforming rather than disappearing. In this way, his own experience became not merely a challenge to overcome, but a source of insight, a lived example of the principles he studied in the abstract realm of theoretical physics. As we imagine Stephen during these formative years of his career, we might picture him in his office at Cambridge, the soft light of an English afternoon filtering through windows that have witnessed centuries of scholarly endeavor. Around him, books and papers create a landscape of ideas, while on a blackboard, equations map the contours of the cosmos. His wheelchair, a necessity rather than a limitation, allows his mind to travel distances his body cannot, and through it all, through the challenges and the triumphs, the questions that began in a child's bedroom continue to find answers in the expanding universe of his thought. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life, in the quiet corridors of academia, where wisdom is passed like a slow-burning torch from one generation to the next. Stephen Hawking found himself guided by mentors whose influence would shape not just his career, but the very way he perceived the universe. These relationships unfolded gently, like the turning of pages in an old book, each one leaving an imprint on his mind and spirit. One of his earliest and most profound influences was his father, Frank Hawking, a biologist whose curiosity about the natural world was infectious. Even as a young boy, Stephen would accompany him on walks through the countryside, listening as his father explained the workings of plants, animals, and the stars above. There was no pressure, only encouragement, a quiet suggestion that the world was full of mysteries waiting to be understood. Frank's patience and methodical approach to science planted the seeds of Stephen's own disciplined thinking. Though their fields diverged, biology for the father, physics for the son, the underlying lesson remained: observe carefully, question deeply, and never stop seeking answers. At Oxford, where Stephen began his formal studies, he found another guiding light in Robert Burman, his physics tutor. Burman was not a towering figure in the academic world, but he had a rare gift for nurturing young minds. He recognized Stephen's brilliance early on But more importantly, he saw his restlessness, the way he grew bored with routine problems and longed for deeper challenges. Instead of stifling this impatience, Berman gently steered him toward the grander questions of cosmology, where the puzzles were vast and the answers elusive. Under his guidance, Stephen learned that physics was not just about solving equations, but about daring to imagine the unimaginable. When Stephen moved to Cambridge for his doctoral studies, he encountered the man who would become his most significant mentor, Dennis Sciama. Sciama was not just a supervisor, but a thinker who thrived on intellectual debate, a man who believed that the best ideas emerged through conversation, through the slow and deliberate exchange of thoughts. His office was always open, and there, amid the stacks of papers and the ever-present scent of pipe smoke, Stephen found a space where his theories could take shape. It was under Sciama's guidance that Stephen began to explore the mysteries of black holes and the origins of the universe, laying the groundwork for discoveries that would later astonish the world. But mentors were not the only figures who shaped Stephen's journey. There were also his peers, brilliant minds who challenged and inspired him in equal measure. Among them was Roger Penrose, a mathematician whose work on singularities would intertwine with Stephen's own research. Their collaboration was like a slow dance of ideas, each one building upon the other's thoughts, pushing the boundaries of what was known. Penrose's rigorous mathematical approach complemented Stephen's more intuitive leaps, and together they ventured into the heart of black holes, uncovering secrets that had eluded scientists for decades. And then there were the giants of physics, whose work loomed large in Stephen's imagination: Einstein, Newton, Dirac, men who had reshaped the universe with their minds. He did not know them personally, but their writings were like whispered conversations across time. In the stillness of his study, Stephen would lose himself in their papers, tracing the contours of their logic, feeling the weight of their insights. Einstein's theory of relativity, in particular, became a touchstone, a framework that would underpin much of his own research. He often reflected on how these men had seen further because they stood on the shoulders of those who came before them, just as he too now stood on theirs. Yet perhaps the most unexpected influence in Stephen's life was not a physicist at all, but a woman whose strength and devotion sustained him through his most difficult years. His first wife, Jane, when his body began to fail him, when the doors of physical ability closed one by one, she became his anchor, his advocate, his unwavering support. She did not try to replace the mentors who had shaped his intellect, but she offered something just as vital: the belief that his voice still mattered, even when his body could no longer speak for itself. Through her, he learned that love, too, was a force as powerful as gravity, bending the trajectory of his life in ways he could never have predicted. As the years passed, the relationships that had shaped Stephen evolved in quiet, profound ways. Some mentors became colleagues, equals in the great conversation of science. Others passed into memory, their lessons enduring long after they were gone. And some bonds, like that with Jane, shifted with the tides of time, marked by both gratitude and the inevitable strains of a life lived under extraordinary circumstances. Yet through it all, Stephen carried with him the voices of those who had guided him, the patient encouragement of his father, the intellectual rigor of Siama, the collaborative spark of Penrose, the quiet strength of Jane. They were not just influences, but part of the fabric of his being, threads woven into the tapestry of his thoughts. And so, as we picture him in his later years, seated in his wheelchair, his mind still racing across the cosmos, we might imagine that he was never truly alone. The mentors who had shaped him, the colleagues who had challenged him, the loved ones who had sustained him, they were all there in the equations he wrote, the theories he proposed, the questions he never stopped asking. The universe, vast and indifferent though it may seem, had given him companions for the journey, and in their wisdom he had found his own. Now, as the light fades and the mind drifts toward rest, we can almost hear the echo of those voices, soft, steady, reassuring, guiding us, just as they guided him through the mysteries of the night. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. In the quiet halls of Cambridge, where ancient stone walls whispered with the weight of centuries, a young Stephen Hawking began to take his first steps into the world of physics. It was the early 1960s, a time when the universe seemed to be unfolding in unexpected ways. New discoveries in cosmology, the first murmurs of black hole theory, and the sense that the boundaries of knowledge were expanding faster than anyone had imagined. Stephen, still in his early 20s, was drawn to these mysteries like a moth to the soft glow of distant stars. His mind, sharp and restless, sought answers to questions that few had even thought to ask. His doctoral work began under the guidance of Dennis Siama, a kind and rigorous thinker who became one of his most important mentors. Siama's office was a haven of books and papers, where ideas could be turned over like smooth stones in the hand, examined from every angle, and set down again to be picked up later. It was here that Stephen first encountered the deep puzzles of general relativity, Einstein's grand theory of space and time. The equations were complex, the concepts dizzying, but Stephen had an instinct for seeing patterns where others saw only chaos. He would sit for hours, his brow furrowed in concentration, scribbling notes that seemed to dance at the edge of comprehension. Yet, even as his intellectual life flourished, his body began to falter. The first signs of his illness appeared subtly, a stumble here, a clumsy hand there. At first, he brushed them off, too absorbed in his work to pay much attention. But as the months passed, the symptoms grew harder to ignore. Doctors delivered a diagnosis that would have crushed most people: amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a disease that would gradually rob him of his ability to move, to speak, even to breathe. He was given just 2 years to live. The news was devastating. But Stephen, ever the stubborn optimist, refused to let it define him. Instead, he threw himself deeper into his work. As if racing against time itself, he found solace in the equations, in the elegant dance of numbers and symbols that described the very fabric of reality. It was during this period that he met Roger Penrose, a mathematician whose ideas about singularities, points in space where gravity becomes infinite, would profoundly shape Stephen's thinking. Their collaboration was like two musicians playing in perfect harmony, each building on the other's notes to create something greater than the sum of its parts. Together, they proved that if the universe began with a Big Bang, as most physicists believed, then it must have started as a singularity, a point of infinite density, where all known laws of physics break down. This was a monumental discovery, one that would cement Stephen's reputation as a rising star in theoretical physics. But the road was not easy. The academic world could be fiercely competitive, and some of his peers were skeptical of his ideas. There were long nights of doubt, moments when the weight of his illness and the enormity of his work threatened to overwhelm him. Yet he pressed on, driven by an insatiable curiosity and the quiet determination that had always been his hallmark. By the late 1960s, Stephen had begun to explore what would become his most famous contribution: black holes. At the time, these mysterious objects were still largely theoretical, their existence debated among physicists, but Stephen saw something in them, something profound. He wondered what would happen if you applied the strange rules of quantum mechanics to these cosmic voids. The result was a startling idea. Black holes might not be completely black after all. They could, in fact, emit radiation, slowly losing energy and eventually evaporating into nothingness. This theory, later named Hawking radiation, was met with astonishment and, at first, disbelief. Even Stephen himself was initially unsure, double-checking his calculations late into the night, afraid he had made some fundamental error. But the math held. The universe, it seemed, had a way of surprising even those who knew it best. The discovery would change the course of physics, bridging the gap between Einstein's theory of relativity and the quantum world in ways no one had anticipated. Throughout these years, Stephen was not alone. His wife, Jane, stood by him with quiet strength, helping him navigate the growing challenges of his illness while raising their young children. Colleagues and friends, like Brandon Carter and George Ellis, became his intellectual companions, debating ideas over cups of tea in Cambridge's cozy cafes. And always, there was the universe itself, vast, mysterious, and endlessly inviting. As the 1970s dawned, Stephen's reputation grew, but so did the physical toll of his disease. He began to use a wheelchair, his speech became harder to understand, and simple tasks required immense effort. Yet his mind remained as sharp as ever, soaring through dimensions and equations with the same fearless curiosity that had always defined him. He accepted a prestigious position as Lucasian Professor of Mathematics at Cambridge, a chair once held by Isaac Newton, a fitting honor for a man whose thoughts now reached as far as the stars. And so, in those quiet moments between equations, between lectures and sleepless nights of calculation, Stephen Hawking continued his journey. The challenges were many, but so were the wonders. The universe, after all, was full of mysteries waiting to be uncovered, and he had only just begun to listen to its whispers. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. In those quiet hours, when the world outside his study grew still, Stephen Hawking's mind wandered through the deepest corners of space and time. His fingers, though no longer able to write, danced in his imagination, tracing the elegant curves of equations that held the secrets of the cosmos. The more his body failed him, the more his intellect soared, unbound by the limits of flesh, free to explore the infinite. One of his earliest breakthroughs came from a simple, yet profound question: what happens at the very beginning of the universe? Most scientists at the time accepted the Big Bang theory, but few dared to ask what came before, or whether the laws of physics could even apply in such an extreme state. Stephen, however, was unafraid. Together with his friend and collaborator Roger Penrose, he applied the mathematics of black holes, those mysterious regions where gravity is so strong that not even light can escape to the entire universe. Their work suggested something astonishing. If you rewound time far enough, the universe must have begun as an infinitely dense, infinitely small point, a singularity. This was the moment of creation itself, where all the energy, all the matter, all the fabric of reality was compressed into a single, unimaginable spark. The idea was revolutionary, but Stephen's mind did not stop there. He turned his attention to black holes, those cosmic enigmas that had fascinated him since his student days. At the time, most physicists believed that nothing, not even information, could escape a black hole's pull. But Stephen questioned this. He applied quantum mechanics, the strange, counterintuitive rules that govern the smallest particles, to the edges of black holes, and he found something extraordinary. Black holes, he realized, were not entirely black. They emitted a faint glow, a whisper of radiation caused by quantum fluctuations at their event horizons. This glow, now known as Hawking radiation, meant that black holes could slowly evaporate, fading into nothingness over eons. The discovery shook the foundations of physics. It suggested that black holes were not eternal prisons, but dynamic objects, subject to the same laws of thermodynamics as everything else. And yet, it also raised a troubling paradox. if a black hole evaporated, what happened to all the information it had swallowed? Did it simply vanish, violating one of quantum mechanics' most sacred principles? This question, known as the black hole information paradox, would haunt physicists for decades, inspiring countless debates and new theories. Stephen's work was not confined to abstract equations. He had a rare gift for making the universe's grandest mysteries accessible to everyone. In 1988, he published A Brief History of Time Asterisk, a book that distilled the complexities of cosmology into clear, poetic language. He wrote about black holes and singularities, about the arrow of time, and the search for a unified theory, all with a storyteller's grace. The book became an unexpected bestseller, read by millions who had never before pondered the origins of the cosmos. It was a testament to his belief that science belonged not just to academics, but to all of humanity. As the years passed, his body grew weaker, but his curiosity never dimmed. He explored the idea of a universe without boundaries, where time and space curled back on themselves like the surface of a sphere. He pondered the possibility of multiple universes, bubbling into existence like froth on an endless sea. And always, he returned to the question of how everything began. Even as his voice faded, his thoughts found new ways to be heard. With the help of technology, he communicated through a speech-generating device, selecting words one by one with the twitch of a muscle in his cheek. The process was slow, laborious, but his words carried the weight of decades of contemplation. He spoke about the future of humanity, urging us to look beyond Earth, to settle other worlds before some catastrophe, natural or man-made, threatened our survival. He warned of the dangers of artificial intelligence, not with fear, but with the measured caution of a scientist who understood both its promise and its peril. Through it all, he remained playful, mischievous even. He made bets with other physicists about whether black holes destroyed information, about whether the Higgs boson would be found, and he laughed when he lost. He appeared on television shows, his synthesized voice delivering deadpan humor alongside the likes of Homer Simpson and the crew of Star Trek Asterisk. He knew that science was not just about equations. It was about wonder, about the joy of discovery. And so, as the stars wheeled silently overhead, Stephen Hawking's legacy continued to grow. His ideas reshaped our understanding of space and time, of black holes and the Big Bang. But more than that, he showed us what the human mind could achieve. Even when the body could no longer keep pace, he taught us to look up at the night sky with awe, to ask the biggest questions, and to never stop searching for answers. The universe, in all its vastness, had whispered its secrets to him, and through his work, through his words, he whispered them back to us. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Stephen Hawking's life was a constellation of pivotal moments, each one a quiet but profound shift in the trajectory of his journey, like stars aligning in the vastness of space. These decisions and turning points shaped not only his destiny, but the way humanity itself would come to understand the cosmos. One of the earliest and most defining moments came in his early 20s, when he was diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS. The doctors told him he had only a few years to live, a prognosis that could have crushed his spirit before his work had even begun. But instead of retreating, Hawking chose to press forward, to immerse himself in the mysteries of the universe with an urgency that sharpened his brilliance. Had he surrendered to despair, the world might never have known his groundbreaking theories about black holes or the origins of time. But he did not surrender. He pressed on, and in doing so, he turned a sentence of death into a life filled with discovery. Another turning point arrived when he met Jane Wilder, the woman who would become his first wife. Their love gave him a reason to fight, a reason to keep living even as his body weakened. Jane's unwavering support allowed him to focus on his work, to push beyond the limitations of his illness. Without her, he might have faded into obscurity, his genius lost to the relentless progression of his disease. But with her by his side, he found the strength to continue, to write, to theorize, to challenge the very foundations of physics. Then there was the moment he chose to study cosmology, a field that was still considered somewhat speculative in the early 1960s. Many of his peers were drawn to more established areas of physics, but Hawking was captivated by the biggest questions, the nature of the universe itself. What if he had taken the safer path, focusing on problems with clearer solutions? The world might have gained a competent physicist, but it would have lost the visionary who dared to ask how time began, who dared to unravel the secrets of singularities hidden within black holes. His work on black hole radiation, now known as Hawking radiation, was another defining moment. At first, even he resisted the idea, finding it almost too strange to believe, but his calculations insisted it was real. And though the concept was met with skepticism, he stood by it. Had he dismissed his own findings? Had he allowed doubt to silence his voice? One of the most profound insights in modern physics might never have seen the light of day, but he trusted his mind, even when his body could no longer obey his commands. And in doing so, he forever changed our understanding of how black holes behave. There was also the decision to write a brief history of Time Asterisk, a book that brought the complexities of the universe to the general public. Some of his colleagues cautioned against it, fearing it would oversimplify the science or damage his reputation. But Hawking believed that knowledge should be shared, that the wonder of the cosmos belonged to everyone. Had he listened to those doubts, millions of readers might never have been inspired to look up at the stars and ponder the mysteries of existence. But he wrote the book, and in its pages, he invited the world to share in his curiosity. Even in his later years, when his voice was gone and his movements were reduced to the twitch of a cheek muscle. He continued to engage with the world. He made appearances on television shows, lent his synthesized voice to animated characters, and even floated weightlessly in a zero-gravity flight. Some might have wondered why a man of his stature would bother with such things, but Hawking understood that science was not just for laboratories and lecture halls. It was for everyone. He knew that laughter and wonder were just as important as equations, that inspiring the next generation was as vital as his own research. And then there were the bets, those playful, mischievous wagers with fellow physicists. He lost some, won others, but always with a twinkle in his eye. When he conceded that black holes might indeed preserve information, he did so with good humor, sending his opponent an encyclopedia of baseball as a joke. These small moments revealed his humanity, his refusal to take himself too seriously, even as he grappled with the deepest questions of reality. What if he had chosen differently at any of these crossroads? What if he had allowed his illness to define him? If he had turned away from love? If he had played it safe with his research? The world would be poorer for it, our understanding of the universe dimmer. But Stephen Hawking did not choose the easy path. He chose the stars. He chose curiosity. He chose to keep asking, keep searching, keep reaching for the answers hidden in the fabric of space and time. And so, as we look back on his life, we see not just a series of events, but a tapestry woven from moments of courage, brilliance, and sheer stubborn joy. His legacy is not just in the equations he left behind, but in the way he lived defiant, playful, endlessly fascinated by the cosmos. The universe whispered to him, and he whispered back, not just as a scientist, but as a man who refused to let anything, not even gravity itself, hold him down. And now, as the night stretches on, and the stars continue their slow dance across the sky, we can almost hear his voice, still asking, still wondering, still inviting us to look up and dream. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. The story of Stephen Hawking is often told through the lens of his brilliant mind and his battle with illness, but woven quietly between these threads are the relationships that shaped him, gentle, complicated, tender bonds that held him steady as he reached for the stars. His first great love was Jane Wilder, a woman he met at a party in 1963, just as the first shadows of his motor neuron disease began to creep into his life. She was studying medieval poetry, a world away from the mathematics that consumed him. But there was a brightness in her, a warmth that drew him in. When he proposed, doctors had given him only a few years to live, but Jane refused to see an expiration date. She saw a future. They married in 1965, and for a time, their love was a shelter against the storm. She became his anchor, helping him dress, eat, and navigate a world that was slowly becoming harder to access. Together, they had 3 children: Robert, Lucy, and Timothy. and for a while, their home in Cambridge was filled with laughter, bedtime stories, and the hum of scientific debates mingling with the chaos of family life. But love, like the universe, is never static. As Stephen's fame grew and his body weakened, the strain on their marriage deepened. Jane, who had once been his caretaker and companion, began to feel the weight of her sacrifice. She found solace in music and faith, while Stephen, ever the rationalist, drifted further into his work. The arrival of Jonathan Hellier Jones, a choir master who became a close friend to Jane and later a second father to their children, introduced new complexities. For a time, they made it work, a fragile, unspoken arrangement where love took different forms. But by the 1980s, the distance between Stephen and Jane had grown too vast. They divorced in 1995, not with bitterness, but with the quiet acknowledgement that some orbits cannot hold forever. Yet the universe has a way of balancing loss with new beginnings. Shortly after his separation from Jane, Stephen married Elaine Mason, one of his nurses, who had cared for him with fierce devotion. Their relationship was passionate but turbulent, marked by moments of deep connection and occasional strife. Elaine was protective, sometimes fiercely so, and rumors swirled about the nature of their dynamic. But there was no denying that she stood by him when his voice was stolen by illness, when he needed someone to fight for him in a world that often forgot he was more than a mind in a wheelchair. Their marriage, too, would eventually end, but not before she had been a steadfast presence through some of his most vulnerable years. Beyond romance, Stephen's life was shaped by friendships that spanned decades. There was Kip Thorne, the physicist who became his closest collaborator, and sometimes his intellectual rival. Their debates over black holes and quantum mechanics were legendary, full of good-natured teasing and the kind of deep respect that only exists between equals. They would bet on scientific outcomes, sometimes a subscription to a magazine, once even an encyclopedia. And though Stephen often lost, he never minded. The joy was in the game, in the back-and-forth dance of ideas. Then there was Roger Penrose, the mathematician whose work on singularities intertwined with Stephen's own in ways that changed physics forever. Their partnership was like two stars orbiting one another, each pulling the other into new realms of thought. And of course, there were his students, bright young minds who sat by his wheelchair, jotting down equations as he spelled them out letter by letter. To them, he was not just a legend, but a mentor, someone who treated their ideas with the same seriousness as his own. Family remained a constant, even when relationships shifted. His children, though often overshadowed by his towering legacy, carried pieces of him with them. Robert, the eldest, who inherited his father's quiet determination. Lucy, who became a writer and later co-authored children's books with him, blending science and storytelling. And Timothy, the youngest, who brought a lightness to his life, a reminder that joy could exist even in the face of impossibility. In his later years, as grandchildren arrived, Stephen would light up at their visits, his synthesized voice cracking jokes or asking about their schoolwork. And then there were the millions who never met him, but felt as though they knew him. His book, A Brief History of Time, made him a household name, but it was his willingness to engage, whether through lectures, interviews, or even appearances on shows like The Simplicities and Star Trek, that made him feel like a friend. He had a mischievous streak, a love of pranks and witty one-liners, and though his body was confined, his spirit seemed boundless. What if he had chosen differently? What if, when illness came, he had retreated into solitude? What if he had turned away from love, from collaboration, from the messy, beautiful tangle of human connection? The equations might still have been written, the theories explored, but they would have lacked the warmth, the humor, the humanity that made Stephen Hawking more than just a genius. He was a man who loved, who fought, who laughed, and who let himself be loved in return. And so, as the night deepens and the stars shimmer above, we can imagine him still surrounded by those who mattered most. His voice, a soft hum in the cosmos. His legacy not just in the secrets he uncovered, but in the hearts he touched. The universe is vast, but it is made smaller, kinder, by the bonds we forge within it. And Stephen Hawking, in all his brilliance, knew that better than anyone. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Stephen Hawking's life was not only measured in equations and cosmic discoveries, but also in quiet moments, in the warmth of human connection, in the simple joys that filled his days beyond the lecture halls and research papers. His personal world was one of deep relationships, small rituals, and passions that had nothing to do with black holes or quantum physics. At home, his days often began slowly, with the soft hum of his wheelchair as he moved toward the window, where he would gaze outside, watching the play of light on the trees or the bustle of Cambridge streets below. He loved the morning quiet, the way the world seemed to pause before fully waking. His assistants would help him with the routines of the day, adjusting his glasses, ensuring his voice synthesizer was ready. But even in these necessary moments, there was a rhythm, a gentle predictability that brought comfort. His first marriage to Jane Wilder was a chapter of youthful love and resilience. They met at a party, a bright-eyed young woman and a promising physicist whose future was already shadowed by illness. Jane saw beyond the diagnosis, beyond the limitations doctors predicted. Together, they built a life filled with laughter, children, and the ordinary chaos of family. Their home echoed with the sounds of their 3 children, Robert, Lucy, and Timothy, playing, arguing, growing. Stephen, even as his body weakened, remained a presence in their lives, his dry wit and playful spirit shining through. He would tell bedtime stories, his synthesized voice spinning tales of space adventures, of heroes who outsmarted black holes or befriended aliens. The children would giggle, half listening, half drifting to sleep, wrapped in the sound of their father's storytelling. Even after his marriage to Jane ended, their bond remained, a testament to the love that had carried them through so much. Later, Elaine Mason, one of his nurses, became his second wife, offering companionship and care in a different season of his life. Relationships, for Stephen, were never simple, never perfect, but they were always vital, always worth the mess and the heartache. He believed in love, in its power to sustain, even when the body could not. Outside of work, his interests were surprisingly ordinary, grounding him in a world that often saw him as anything but. He adored classical music, letting the sweeping crescendos of Wagner or the delicate precision of Mozart wash over him. Sometimes he would sit for hours, eyes closed, lost in the rise and fall of symphonies, as if the music itself was a kind of mathematics, a language just as profound as his equations. Opera, in particular, moved him. The drama, the emotion, the way human voices could fill a room with something bigger than themselves. He had a weakness, too, for good food and wine, even as his ability to eat became limited. He savored the flavors he could still enjoy: rich chocolates, fine wines shared with friends, the occasional indulgence in a favorite dessert. Meals were social affairs, moments where conversation flowed as easily as the wine, where ideas were exchanged not in the formal language of academia, but in laughter, in debate, in the easy back and forth of people who enjoyed each other's company. And then there were his mischievous streaks, the little pranks and jokes that revealed a man who refused to be defined by his condition. He would sometimes spin his wheelchair in playful circles, startling guests who expected the solemn, serious scientist of public myth. He loved surprising people, especially those who assumed his disability had dulled his sense of humor. Once, at a formal dinner, he quietly maneuvered his chair over the foot of a particularly pompous dignitary, then grinned as the man yelped in surprise. His laughter, though silent, was unmistakable, his eyes sparkling with delight. Travel, too, was a passion. Against all odds, he journeyed far and wide, floating in zero gravity aboard a specially designed plane, visiting the Galapagos, even venturing to Antarctica. The world was vast, and he wanted to see as much of it as he could. Each trip was a small rebellion against the limits imposed on him, a way of insisting that life, even in its fragility, was meant to be lived fully. But perhaps the most revealing moments were the quietest ones. Late at night, when the house was still, he would often ask his assistants to wheel him outside, where he could look up at the stars. The same cosmos he spent his life studying became, in those moments, not just a subject of research, but a companion, a silent witness to his thoughts. He would gaze at the constellations, at the distant glow of galaxies and feel, as he often said, both insignificant and profoundly connected. The universe was unimaginably vast, and yet here he was, a small, breathing part of it, held by gravity, by love, by curiosity. His philosophy was simple, though it took a lifetime to articulate. We are stardust, bound by the same forces that shape galaxies. And yet, what truly matters is here, now, the people we love, the moments we share, the laughter that echoes through time. He once said that his greatest discovery was not a theorem or a proof, but the realization that life, no matter how difficult, is beautiful. And so, as the night deepens and the stars continue their slow dance across the sky, we can imagine him still, sitting by a window, a faint smile on his lips, listening to music, or sharing a joke with a friend, or simply watching the world go by. His genius was undeniable, but his humanity, his love of life, his stubborn joy was his truest legacy. The universe may be vast and mysterious, but Stephen Hawking reminded us that it is also ours to cherish, to explore, to fill with all the messy, wonderful things that make us human, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. In the quiet hours of the morning, long before the world outside stirred to life, Stephen Hawking's day would begin. The soft glow of a bedside lamp cast gentle shadows across the room as his assistants helped him rise, moving with practiced care to ensure his comfort. The rituals of dressing and preparing for the day were slow, deliberate, a dance of patience and precision. Though his body was confined, his mind was already stretching outward, reaching toward the mysteries of the universe he spent his life unraveling. Breakfast was a simple affair: tea, always tea, steaming in a sturdy mug, accompanied by toast or a light meal prepared just the way he liked it. He would eat in the kitchen, surrounded by the hum of household activity, the clink of silverware, the murmur of conversation. Even in these ordinary moments, his presence carried a quiet intensity, as if he were turning over some grand cosmic puzzle, even as he took his first sips of morning tea. Then the transition to work. His study was a sanctuary of thought, a room lined with books, papers, and the faint scent of ink and aged paper. A large desk dominated the space, its surface cluttered with notes, models of the cosmos, and the ever-present computer that served as his voice. The chair he sat in was carefully adjusted, positioned just so to support him as he bent his mind to the task of unraveling the secrets of black holes, the origins of time, the vast expanse of space. His fingers, though still, seemed to hover over the controls of his speech synthesizer, as if poised to translate the lightning-fast calculations of his mind into words the world could understand. The mornings were for deep work, those hours when the world outside was still fresh and his concentration was at its sharpest. He would lose himself in equations, in the elegant dance of mathematics that described the universe's most profound truths. Occasionally, he would pause, staring out the window at the shifting light, the sway of trees in the wind, as if drawing inspiration from the very fabric of reality itself. His assistants moved quietly around him, fetching books, adjusting his position, ensuring the flow of his thoughts remained uninterrupted. By midday, the rhythm of the house would shift. Lunch was often taken in the company of colleagues, students, or family conversation, flowing as easily as the food. He had a fondness for simple, hearty meals, the kind that warmed the body and soul, even as his voice came through the mechanical tones of his synthesizer. His wit was sharp, his laughter infectious. He delighted in debate, in the playful back and forth of ideas, and no topic was too grand or too trivial to explore. A discussion about quantum physics could easily give way to a joke about British weather, his eyes twinkling with mischief. The afternoons were for collaboration, for the exchange of ideas that fueled his work. Visitors would come, fellow scientists, old friends, journalists eager to hear his thoughts on the latest discoveries. His office became a crossroads of intellect, a place where the boundaries of human knowledge were pushed ever further. He listened as much as he spoke, absorbing new perspectives, turning them over in his mind like precious stones catching the light. Even as his body grew weaker, his curiosity never waned. When the sun began its slow descent, casting long golden rays through the windows, he would often take a moment to rest. Sometimes he was wheeled into the garden, where the scent of blooming flowers and the whisper of leaves provided a gentle contrast to the abstract realms of his work. He would close his eyes, face tilted toward the fading light, as if storing up its warmth for the evening ahead. These were the moments of quiet reflection, where the weight of his thoughts settled like dust motes in the afternoon air. Dinner was a leisurely affair, a time to unwind, to savor the company of those he loved, the clatter of dishes, the murmur of voices, the occasional burst of laughter. These were the sounds that filled the house as night drew near. He enjoyed good food, good wine, and above all, good conversation. Even as his condition made eating difficult, the ritual of the meal remained sacred, a daily celebration of life's simple pleasures. As the evening deepened, he would often return to his study, not for work now, but for the comfort of familiar surroundings. Music might play softly in the background, Mozart, perhaps, or the soaring notes of an opera, filling the room with a richness that matched the depth of his thoughts. Sometimes he would watch television, his sharp mind dissecting documentaries or enjoying the drama of a favorite show. Other times, he would simply sit, gazing out at the stars beginning to prick the night sky, their distant light a reminder of the vastness he spent his life contemplating. And then, the final ritual of the day, his assistants would help him settle into bed, adjusting pillows, ensuring every detail was just right. The room would grow quiet, the only sound the gentle whir of machinery the soft rustle of sheets in those last waking moments. As sleep crept in, he might whisper a thought, a joke, a fragment of an idea to be explored tomorrow. And then, with the same quiet determination that marked his days, he would drift into rest, his mind still humming with the infinite possibilities of the universe. Through all the years, through all the challenges, his days followed this rhythm, a balance of work and wonder, of solitude and companionship, of the cosmic and the deeply personal. It was in these routines, these quiet, ordinary moments, that the extraordinary nature of his life truly shone. For even as he reached for the stars, he remained firmly, beautifully human. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. Stephen Hawking's mind was a universe in itself, expansive, ever curious, and illuminated by a deep, abiding wonder for the mysteries of existence. His personal philosophy was not something he often articulated in grand declarations, but rather something that unfolded quietly in the way he lived, the questions he asked, and the way he faced the world. It was a philosophy shaped by both the vastness of the cosmos and the intimate realities of human life, a balance between the theoretical and the deeply personal. From an early age, he was drawn to the big questions. Where did the universe come from? How did it all begin? Was there a grand design, or was everything the result of chance? These were not just academic puzzles to him, but profound inquiries that shaped his understanding of reality. Yet, unlike some thinkers who might retreat into abstraction, Hawking's worldview remained grounded in humor, humility, and an unshakable determination to engage with life, no matter the obstacles, and refuses to settle for easy answers. He once said, "Remember to look up at the stars and not down at your feet. Try to make sense of what you see and wonder about what makes the universe exist." This wasn't just advice for others. It was how he lived. Even as his body grew weaker, his mind never stopped exploring, never stopped reaching for new understanding. His belief in the power of human reason was unwavering. He trusted in science, not as a cold, detached discipline, but as the best tool humanity had to uncover the truths of existence. This blend of logic and wonder was key to his approach. He could spend hours wrestling with complex equations, yet still be moved by the sheer beauty of a mathematical proof or the elegance of a physical law. Yet Hawking was no naive optimist. He understood the fragility of human existence, the dangers of ignorance, and the precariousness of our place in the cosmos. His warnings about artificial intelligence, climate change, and the potential for human self-destruction were rooted in a deep concern for the future. "We are just an advanced breed of monkeys on a minor planet of a very average star," he once remarked. But we can understand the universe. This tension between our smallness and our potential was central to his thinking. He didn't believe in an afterlife or a divine plan. Yet his atheism wasn't bleak or nihilistic. Instead, it was filled with a quiet awe for the fact that we exist at all, that we can ask questions, seek answers, and create meaning for ourselves. We are each free to believe what we want, he said. And it is my view that the simplest explanation is that there is no God. No one created the universe, and no one directs our fate. This leads me to a profound realization. There is probably no heaven, and no afterlife either. Gratitude was another thread woven through his philosophy. Despite the immense physical challenges he faced, he rarely dwelled on self-pity. Instead, he focused on what he could do, what he could discover, and the people who enriched his life. His humor was a shield against despair, a way to disarm the weight of his condition. Beneath the wit was a deeper truth, his refusal to let circumstances define him. His relationships, too, revealed much about his values. He cherished intellectual companionship, the joy of debating ideas with colleagues, the warmth of family, and even the simple pleasure of sharing a meal with friends. He understood that knowledge was not just something to be hoarded, but shared. His books, lectures, and public appearances were all acts of generosity, an invitation for others to glimpse the wonders he spent his life studying. Perhaps one of the most telling anecdotes about his character came from a small moment in his later years. A colleague recalled visiting him at home, expecting to discuss black holes or quantum theory, only to find Hawking watching a rerun of The Simpsons Asterisk, a show in which he had famously guest starred. It was a reminder that, for all his brilliance, he never lost touch with the ordinary joys of being human. Over time, his philosophy evolved as science itself did. Early in his career, he was convinced that a complete theory of everything was within reach, that the universe could be neatly explained by a set of elegant equations. But as he grew older, he became more comfortable with uncertainty, more open to the idea that some questions might remain unanswered. This humility, this willingness to admit what he didn't know, was as much a part of his wisdom as his most groundbreaking discoveries. In his final years, he often spoke about the importance of perseverance, of never giving up in the face of adversity. However difficult life may seem, he said, there is always something you can do and succeed at. These words were not just inspirational platitudes. They were lived truths. Every day, through pain and exhaustion, he chose to keep thinking, keep questioning, keep engaging with the world. And so, as the stars blinked into view outside his window, as the music played softly in the background, as his mind wandered between equations and memories, Stephen Hawking remained, above all, a man who found meaning in the search itself, not in final answers, but in the asking, not in certainty, but in curiosity, not in the promise of eternity, but in the fleeting, precious moments of this one life. His philosophy, in the end, was not so different from the universe. He studied vast, mysterious, and filled with light. And as he drifted into sleep, the hum of his ventilator blending with the quiet of the night, One could almost imagine his thoughts still turning, still reaching, still dreaming of the next great question waiting to be answered, with each breath becoming slower and deeper. Let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. From the very beginning, Stephen Hawking's path was never an easy one. Long before the world knew his name, long before his mind became synonymous with the mysteries of black holes and the origins of the universe, he was simply a young man with dreams that would soon collide with a reality far harsher than he could have imagined. His first great challenge arrived quietly, almost unnoticed at first, in the form of small but troubling signs. A stumble here, a clumsiness there, a weakness in his hands that made even simple tasks, like tying his shoelaces, frustratingly difficult. At first, he brushed it off, attributing it to fatigue or stress. But as the symptoms persisted, as his body seemed to betray him in ways he couldn't explain, he finally sought answers from doctors. The diagnosis came like a blow: amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS, a progressive neurodegenerative disease with no known cure. He was just 21 years old, in the prime of his academic career, with so much left to explore. The doctors gave him 2 years to live. For most, such news would have been crushing, a reason to retreat from ambition, to surrender to despair. But Stephen was not most people. Instead of letting the diagnosis define him, he chose to defy it. He threw himself into his work with even greater intensity, as if the very act of thinking, of questioning, could hold the disease at bay. He once said that the realization of his limited time was a kind of gift. It sharpened his focus, reminded him of what truly mattered. And so, while his body weakened, his mind only grew stronger, stretching toward the stars with an insatiable hunger for understanding. The years passed, and against all odds, he lived far beyond the doctor's predictions. But survival did not mean ease. Every day brought new challenges, new losses, as his muscles continued to waste away. Simple movements became impossible. His speech grew slurred, then vanished entirely after a bout of pneumonia left him dependent on a ventilator and a voice synthesizer. For a man whose brilliance was expressed through words, through lectures and debates, the loss of his voice could have been a final, isolating blow. Yet, even here, he found a way forward. His iconic, synthesized voice, robotic yet strangely warm, became not just a tool, but a part of his identity. With it, he continued to teach, to write, to share his ideas with the world. He learned to communicate through small movements, first with his fingers, then, as those two failed, with the twitch of a cheek muscle detected by an infrared sensor. It was painstaking work, requiring immense patience, but he refused to let it silence him. And then there were the intellectual challenges, the doubts and dismissals he faced from the scientific community. His early theories about black holes were met with skepticism, even ridicule. The idea that these cosmic giants could emit radiation, now known as Hawking radiation seemed impossible to many of his peers. But he was undeterred. He followed the math, trusted his instincts, and pressed forward even when the path was unclear. Years later, when his theories were vindicated, it was not just a personal triumph, but a testament to the power of perseverance. Even fame, when it came, was not without its difficulties, as his book, A Brief History of Time, became a global phenomenon, turning him into a celebrity scientist. He found himself navigating a strange new world of media attention and public expectation. Some accused him of oversimplifying complex ideas. Others questioned whether his popularity was overshadowing his scientific contributions. But Stephen, ever pragmatic, saw the opportunity in it. If fame could bring science to the masses, if it could inspire even one person to look up at the night sky with wonder, then it was worth it. Through it all, through the slow erosion of his body and the weight of his growing legacy, he maintained a quiet humor, a lightness that defied the gravity of his condition. He made jokes about his voice machine, about his appearances in pop culture, even about the absurdity of the universe itself. He understood that laughter was not a distraction from suffering, but a way to transcend it, if only for a moment. And so, as the years turned into decades, as the world changed around him, Stephen Hawking remained, still thinking, still questioning, still finding joy in the act of discovery. His life was proof that obstacles, no matter how immense, need not define us. That the human spirit, when fueled by curiosity and courage, can reach beyond the limits of the body, beyond even the boundaries of time and space. It was more than advice. It was the story of his life. A life that refused to be confined by circumstance, that reached always, endlessly, toward the light. And in that reaching, in that quiet, relentless determination, he found not just survival, but something far greater, a life well lived, a universe well loved, a legacy that would linger long after the last star faded from the sky. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. Beneath the towering intellectual legacy and the indomitable spirit that defined Stephen Hawking, there existed a quieter, more personal world, one filled with small joys, unexpected quirks, and moments of ordinary humanity that often went unnoticed. Few knew, for instance, that behind the brilliant physicist's sharp wit and cosmic ponderings lay a man who adored the simple pleasure of a well-made cup of tea. He had strong opinions about it, too. The water had to be just shy of boiling, the leaves steeped for precisely 4 minutes. His assistants learned quickly. A hastily prepared cup would earn them a raised eyebrow, followed by a dry remark about the laws of thermodynamics being less forgiving than his taste buds. Then there was his love of music, particularly the sweeping operas of Wagner. In his younger years, before ALS had taken his physical voice, he would hum along to the grand crescendos, lost in the drama of the Valkyries. or the melancholy of Tristan and Isolde. Even later, when speaking became impossible, he would listen intently, his eyes closing as the music swelled around him. Sometimes, if you watched closely, you could see his fingers twitch against the controls of his wheelchair, as if conducting an invisible orchestra. Hawking also harbored a mischievous streak, one that surfaced in the most unexpected ways. He delighted in practical jokes, especially at the expense of his students. There was the time he programmed his speech synthesizer to suddenly blurt out absurd non sequiturs during lectures, leaving his audience momentarily bewildered before he flashed them that famous half-smile, or the occasion when he raced his wheelchair down the corridors of Cambridge with a visiting dignitary in tow, grinning as the poor man struggled to keep up. The universe, in Hawking's view, was far too serious a place not to find humor in its absurdities. His tastes were surprisingly eclectic. For a man who spent his life unraveling the mysteries of black holes, he had a soft spot for detective novels, particularly the works of Agatha Christie. He relished the puzzles, the careful unraveling of clues, the satisfaction of a mystery solved, perhaps because it mirrored, in some small way, the scientific process he loved so deeply. And though he rarely spoke of it, he enjoyed painting too, not with brushes, of course, but with his mind. He would describe vivid landscapes to his assistants, skies streaked with impossible colors, nebulae swirling in fantastical shapes, and ask them to sketch what they imagined. It was his way of creating art, of shaping beauty from the confines of his chair. Contrary to his public image, as a man of pure reason, Hawking was deeply superstitious in small, almost childlike ways. He refused to travel on Fridays, convinced it was an unlucky day. He had a favorite pair of socks, worn thin with age, that he insisted on wearing during important lectures, and he always touched the framed photograph of Einstein that hung in his office before a major presentation, as if seeking the blessing of a kindred spirit. These little rituals were his anchors, small comforts in a life that demanded so much of him. Family, too, was a quiet but constant presence in his world. Few knew how fiercely he adored his children, how he would light up when they entered the room. He couldn't hold them, couldn't chase them through the garden as other fathers might, but he found other ways to connect. He told them stories, not just of stars and galaxies, but of dragons and knights, weaving tales where the heroes always outsmarted the villains with cleverness rather than strength. At bedtime, he would play recordings of his voice reading their favorite books, so they could fall asleep to the sound of their father, even when he was away. And then there were the animals. Hawking had a soft spot for cats, though he pretended otherwise. A stray tabby once took up residence outside his office, and though he grumbled about the disruption, he made sure it was fed every day. The cat, sensing a kindred, independent spirit, would curl up near his wheelchair, purring loudly enough to be heard over the whir of machinery. It became a familiar sight, the great physicist, lost in thought, with a contented feline sprawled at his feet. Perhaps most surprising of all was his love of dancing. In his youth, before his illness, he had been surprisingly graceful on the dance floor, twirling partners with a quiet confidence. Even after ALS took his mobility, he found ways to keep the joy alive. At parties, he would maneuver his wheelchair in rhythmic patterns, his eyes sparkling as others danced around him. Once, at a university gala, he convinced his assistant to attach streamers to his chair, turning it into a glittering spectacle as he waltzed across the room to a collective gasp of delight. These were the small, uncelebrated moments that made up the mosaic of his life. The man who spoke of singularities and the origins of time also savored the slow drip of honey into his tea. The genius who unraveled the secrets of the cosmos still chuckled at the antics of sitcom characters on quiet evenings. The voice that commanded lecture halls and television screens also whispered lullabies to his grandchildren when they couldn't sleep. In the end, Stephen Hawking was not just a mind racing ahead of the rest of humanity, but a man who found joy in the quiet spaces between the stars. He lived as he advised others to, looking up, always up. But he also knew the value of pausing, of savoring the small and the silly, the ordinary and the overlooked. And in that balance, between the infinite and the intimate, he found not just greatness, but something far rarer, a life fully, beautifully lived. As the night deepens and the stars turn slowly overhead, it's comforting to imagine him still, in some way, savoring those little pleasures, the warmth of a cup of tea, the swell of an opera, the quiet companionship of a purring cat, a reminder that even the brightest minds are, at heart, wonderfully, joyfully human. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Stephen Hawking was born on a quiet winter morning in 1942 in the university town of Oxford, England. The world around him was at war. Bombs fell on London. Cities across Europe lay in ruins, and the great struggle of nations shaped the backdrop of his earliest days. Yet within the walls of his childhood home, there was a sanctuary of books, music, and the steady hum of intellectual curiosity. His parents, both Oxford graduates, nurtured a love of learning in their son, filling his young mind with stories of the stars, the wonders of science, and the endless possibilities of knowledge. The post-war years, as Hawking grew, were a time of rebuilding and reinvention. The world was healing, but it was also changing rapidly, dramatically. The 1950s brought the first whispers of the space age, as the Soviet Union launched Sputnik in 1957, sending a tiny beeping satellite into the heavens. For a boy already fascinated by the cosmos, this was more than just news. It was a promise, a glimpse into a future where humanity might reach beyond Earth. The stars were no longer just distant lights, they were destinations. At school, Hawking was bright, but not always the most disciplined student. He preferred tinkering with ideas over rigid routines, losing himself in thought rather than following strict schedules. His teachers recognized his brilliance, even if his report cards didn't always reflect it. The world outside school, meanwhile, was shifting beneath his feet. The Cold War loomed, with nuclear fears casting long shadows. But there was also an undercurrent of optimism, a belief in progress, in the power of science to unlock mysteries. By the time he entered Oxford University in 1959, the cultural landscape was alive with change. The Beatles were just beginning their rise. The civil rights movement was gaining momentum across the Atlantic, and space exploration had captured the public imagination. Yet for Hawking, the most thrilling developments were happening in the quieter corners of academia, theoretical physics, where the nature of the universe itself was being questioned. It was in these years that he first encountered the ideas that would shape his life's work. Einstein's theory of relativity had already redefined our understanding of space and time, but there were still unanswered questions, especially about black holes, those mysterious regions of space where gravity was so strong that nothing, not even light, could escape. Hawking was drawn to these puzzles, to the strange interplay of physics and philosophy, of equations and imagination. Then, in 1963, at the age of 21, came the diagnosis that would change everything: amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS. The doctors gave him 2 years to live. The world might have expected him to retreat, to slow down, but instead, he accelerated. There was too much to discover, too much to think about, too much to say. He married Jane Wilde in 1965, and with her steadfast support, he continued his research, even as his body weakened. The late 1960s and 1970s were a time of social upheaval, protests, revolutions. The moon landing in 1969. But for Hawking, the real revolutions were happening in theoretical physics. He was delving into the nature of black holes, challenging established ideas and proposing new ones. In 1974, he made a stunning breakthrough. Black holes weren't entirely black. They could, he theorized, emit radiation, now known as Hawking radiation. It was a revelation, one that bridged quantum mechanics and general relativity, two fields that had long seemed incompatible. While the world outside his Cambridge office was filled with disco music, political turmoil, and the rise of personal computing, Hawking remained immersed in the cosmos. His mind was a universe of its own, expanding even as his body grew more confined. By the 1980s, he had lost the ability to speak, relying on a speech synthesizer that would become his iconic voice. Yet that voice, mechanical yet strangely warm, carried his ideas further than ever before. In 1988, he published A Brief History of Time*, a book that made the complexities of the universe accessible to millions. It became a sensation, sitting on bookshelves alongside bestsellers and appearing in airports, living rooms, and dorm rooms around the world. People who had never studied physics found themselves captivated by his words, by the sheer wonder of existence. The decades that followed were marked by relentless curiosity. Even as his fame grew, he remained, at heart, a scientist, questioning, probing, never settling for easy answers. He lived through the turn of the millennium, the rise of the internet, the discovery of thousands of exoplanets, and yet his focus remained on the deepest mysteries, the origin of the universe, the nature of time, the possibility of other dimensions. Through it all, he never lost his appreciation for the small human moments, listening to Mozart, sharing a joke with friends, watching his children and then grandchildren grow. The man who could explain the birth of stars also treasured the quiet joy of a good meal, the comfort of a familiar melody, the simple pleasure of being alive. And so, as the night stretches on and the stars continue their slow dance across the sky, we can imagine him still, somewhere between equations and daydreams, between the vastness of space and the warmth of home, a man who taught us to look up, but who also reminded us to cherish the ground beneath our feet. A mind that reached for the cosmos, but a heart that never forgot the beauty of being human. The world he lived in was one of extraordinary change, war, and peace, revolutions and revelations. But through it all, he moved at his own steady pace, unraveling the secrets of the universe while savoring the sweetness of a quiet moment. And in that balance between the infinite and the intimate, he left us not just with knowledge, but with something even more precious, the reminder that wonder is everywhere, if only we take the time to look. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. Stephen Hawking's presence in the world was like a gentle but persistent ripple across the surface of a vast pond, his ideas spreading outward, touching everything in their path, reshaping how we understood not only the cosmos, but our place within it. Long before he became a household name, his work in theoretical physics was already quietly revolutionizing the way scientists thought about black holes, the origins of the universe, and the fundamental laws that govern reality. But his impact reached far beyond the walls of academia, seeping into the very fabric of culture, society, and the collective imagination. His story was not just one of scientific brilliance, but of human resilience, curiosity, and an unshakable belief that knowledge should be shared with everyone, not just a select few. In the early years of his career, Hawking's work on singularities and black holes was met with fascination, skepticism, and sometimes outright resistance. The way all groundbreaking ideas are before they settle into the bedrock of accepted knowledge. His calculations suggested that black holes were not just cosmic vacuums, but objects with temperature, with life, capable of emitting radiation. This was radical, almost poetic in its implications. Black holes, those dark and seemingly eternal mysteries, could fade away over time. The scientific community debated, tested, and eventually embraced what became known as Hawking radiation, a concept that would forever alter our understanding of these celestial phenomena. But even as his peers wrestled with the mathematics, Hawking himself remained focused not just on the equations, but on the stories they told, the way science could reveal the hidden dramas of the universe. What set him apart was not just his mind, but his voice, both literally and metaphorically, as his body became increasingly confined by ALS. His ability to communicate in conventional ways diminished. Yet, through the synthetic voice of his speech-generating device, he found a way to speak not only to fellow physicists, but to the entire world. That voice, calm, deliberate, with its distinctive electronic cadence, became one of the most recognizable sounds in modern science. It was a voice that carried weight not because it was loud, but because it was thoughtful, punctuated by humor, by wonder, by an unmistakable humanity. He could explain the most complex ideas in ways that made them feel intimate, almost like secrets whispered in the dark. His book, A Brief History of Time*, was where his influence truly spilled over into the wider culture. Published in 1988, it was a book that many bought, few fully understood, and yet everyone seemed to cherish. It sat on coffee tables and nightstands, a symbol of curiosity, a conversation piece, a reminder that the universe was stranger and more beautiful than we often allowed ourselves to imagine. Hawking had a gift for distilling the profound into the accessible, for turning abstract concepts into something almost tactile. The book became a bestseller, not because it simplified the science, but because it made people feel invited into the conversation, like they too could ponder the origins of time, the nature of black holes, the possibility of other dimensions. Public perception of Hawking evolved over the years from reverence for his intellect to something deeper, an affection for the man behind the mind. He appeared on television shows, from Star Trek Asterisk to The Simpsons Asterisk, not as a solemn figurehead of science, but as someone who could laugh at himself, who enjoyed the playful collision of pop culture and cosmology. His cameos were small but meaningful, reminders that genius did not have to be stern or distant. It could wink at the audience, could revel in the absurd, could find joy in being part of the wider tapestry of human expression. And then there were the quieter ways he shaped culture through the countless students he mentored, the public talks he gave, the interviews where his patience never wavered, even when asked the same questions over and over. He spoke about the importance of curiosity, of never stopping the search for answers, but also about the fragility of our planet, the need to look beyond our differences and see the shared wonder of existence. His warnings about artificial intelligence, climate change, and the future of humanity were not delivered with doom, but with urgency, a scientist's plea to use knowledge wisely, to think beyond the immediate. Perhaps one of his most enduring legacies was the way he redefined what it meant to live with disability. Long before conversations about accessibility and inclusion became mainstream, Hawking was proof that the body's limitations did not have to dictate the mind's horizons. He traveled the world, delivered lectures, engaged in debates, all while relying on technology to bridge the gap between his thoughts and the outside world. In doing so, he became an unwitting advocate, a living challenge to the assumptions about what a person with ALS could achieve. His life was a quiet rebuttal to every underestimation, every unspoken doubt. In the years since his passing, his influence has only deepened. Scientific discoveries continue to build upon his work: gravitational waves, black hole imaging, new theories about the nature of time, all of them carrying echoes of his earlier ideas. But beyond the equations, beyond the accolades, his cultural footprint remains in the way people look at the night sky, just a little differently, with a little more awe, a little more willingness to ask big questions. He was a man who could discuss the fate of the universe, and then, in the next breath, chuckle at a clever joke. Who could ponder the infinite and still savor the taste of his favorite meal? Who could speak of colliding galaxies and then pause to listen to a piece of music that moved him? In that balance, he left behind not just theories, but a way of seeing the world, one that embraced both the vastness of space and the small, tender moments that make life worth living. And so, as the stars continue their slow journey across the heavens, as black holes hum their faint, almost imperceptible songs, his presence lingers, not as a ghost, but as a reminder that the universe is full of mysteries, yes, but also that we are part of them. That curiosity is a kind of light, that even in the face of the unknown, there is joy in the asking, in the searching, in the simple act of looking up and wondering. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. Stephen Hawking was a man who carried the universe in his mind, yet found delight in the smallest, most human moments. One of his earliest memories was of lying in the backyard as a child, staring up at the stars with his father, who patiently explained the constellations to him. Even then, he wondered about the nature of those distant lights, what they were made of, how far away they truly were. That sense of wonder never left him, even as his body grew weaker and his voice faded. There was a quiet mischief about him, a playful streak that often surprised those who expected only solemn discussions of black holes and quantum mechanics. He once placed a bet with fellow physicist Kip Thorne over whether a particular celestial object, Cygnus X1, was indeed a black hole. Hawking wagered against it, not because he truly doubted, but because he loved the thrill of the debate when the evidence finally confirmed it was a black hole. He cheerfully paid up with a subscription to a humor magazine, proving that even the most serious scientific disputes could end in laughter. His sense of humor was legendary, dry and quick, delivered with that familiar synthesized voice that became as iconic as his theories. When asked about his IQ, he once quipped, "I have no idea." He made guest appearances on television shows, from The Simpsons to Star Trek Asterisk, always with a twinkle in his eye, relishing the chance to poke fun at himself. Despite the limitations of his body, he refused to let them define him. He traveled the world, even floating in zero gravity aboard a specially designed aircraft, his face lighting up with childlike joy as he experienced weightlessness for the first time. That flight was more than just a thrill. It was a small defiance, a way of proving that even if his legs could not carry him, his spirit could still soar. Music moved him deeply. He loved opera, particularly the sweeping intensity of Wagner, and would often listen to it while working. But he also had a fondness for simpler pleasures: the sound of rain against the window, the hum of a familiar voice reading to him. His first wife, Jane, once recalled how, in their early years together, they would sit in the garden, listening to the birds, talking for hours about everything from physics to poetry. Those quiet moments, she said, were when he seemed most at peace. He had a stubborn streak, too, a refusal to accept limits. When he lost the ability to write equations by hand, he trained himself to visualize them in his mind, turning complex mathematics into intricate mental landscapes. Colleagues marveled at how he could hold entire calculations in his head, manipulating abstract concepts as effortlessly as if they were physical objects. It was as if his mind had expanded to fill the space his body could not. One of his most memorable public appearances was at the 2012 Paralympic Games in London, where he delivered a stirring speech about the nature of the universe and human potential. His words, slow and deliberate, seemed to hang in the air. Look up at the stars and not down at your feet. Try to make sense of what you see and wonder about what makes the universe exist. The crowd fell silent, moved by the weight of his presence, the quiet power of his belief in the human spirit. Even in his later years, he remained deeply engaged with the world. He worried about climate change, about artificial intelligence, about humanity's future. Yet, he never lost his optimism. He believed that we would one day travel to other stars, that we would unlock the deepest mysteries of the cosmos. And he believed, above all, in the importance of asking questions, not just for answers, but for the joy of discovery itself. His office at Cambridge was a reflection of his mind, cluttered but precise, filled with books, papers, and the occasional model of a spaceship. Visitors often remarked on the warmth of the space, the way it felt alive with ideas. He would sit there for hours, surrounded by the hum of his wheelchair, the soft glow of his computer screen, lost in thought. Sometimes, if the night was clear, he would pause and glance out the window, his eyes tracing the same stars he had wondered about as a boy. There is a story, perhaps apocryphal, that when he was first diagnosed with ALS, he was given just 2 years to live. That night, he dreamed of his own death, but in the dream, he was not afraid. Instead, he found himself floating among the stars, weightless, endless, part of the very universe he had spent his life studying. When he woke, he later said, he felt not despair, but curiosity. What lay beyond? What mysteries were still waiting to be uncovered? That curiosity never dimmed. Even in his final years, he continued to work, to question, to explore. He published papers, gave lectures, engaged in debates, and when he could no longer type, he communicated through the subtle movements of his cheek, each twitch carefully detected by a sensor, each letter painstakingly chosen until words formed, then sentences, then ideas that could change the way we see the cosmos. The night he passed away, astronomers around the world pointed their telescopes toward the heavens, as if searching for some sign, some echo of his presence. Perhaps they found it not in any flash of light or cosmic event, but in the simple act of looking, of wondering, of remembering the man who taught us all to see the universe with fresh eyes. And so, as the stars continue their slow dance across the sky, as black holes hum their distant, nearly silent songs, his voice lingers in the questions we ask, in the mysteries we chase, in the quiet moments when we, too, look up and wonder. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet twilight of his life, Stephen Hawking remained a beacon of curiosity. His mind as boundless as the universe, he spent his years unraveling. Even as his body grew frail, his spirit refused to be contained. His later years were marked not by retreat, but by a deepening of his work, as if he knew time was precious, and every thought, every equation had to matter. He would sit in his wheelchair, wrapped in the warmth of his home in Cambridge, the soft hum of his speech synthesizer filling the room like a lullaby of ideas. His voice, though synthetic, carried the weight of wisdom, and people listened, not just scientists, but schoolchildren, artists, dreamers. He spoke of black holes and the origins of the universe, of time and the infinite, but he also spoke of humanity, of our place in the cosmos, and the fragility of our existence. His words were not just lectures, they were invitations to wonder, to see the stars not as distant points of light, but as part of a grand, interconnected story. One of his final works, a paper completed just 2 weeks before his passing, explored the idea of a multiverse, countless universes, each with its own laws of physics, its own possibilities. It was a theory as vast as his imagination, and yet he presented it with the same clarity and humor that had always defined him. even in his last days, he was still asking questions, still pushing the boundaries of what we thought we knew. The world received his final contributions with a mixture of awe and gratitude. Scientists marveled at the elegance of his ideas, while everyday people found comfort in his belief that the universe was not just a cold, indifferent place, but one filled with mystery and beauty. His book, A Brief History of Time Asterisk, had already brought the cosmos into millions of homes. But his later works, like the Grand Design Asterisk, continued to spark curiosity, reminding us that science was not just for experts, but for anyone who dared to look up and wonder. As his health declined, his presence only seemed to grow larger. He appeared in documentaries, his voice narrating the story of the universe, as if he were an old friend guiding us through the night sky. He made cameos in television shows, his wit and charm undiminished, his iconic computerized voice delivering punchlines with perfect timing. He even lent his likeness to songs and animations, his image becoming a symbol not just of brilliance, but of perseverance. And then, quietly, on a March morning in 2018, he was gone. The news spread like a ripple through the world, and for a moment, it felt as though the universe itself had paused to acknowledge his passing. Tributes poured in from every corner of the globe, from fellow scientists who had stood on his shoulders, from students who had been inspired by his words, from strangers who had never met him, but felt as though they knew him. At his memorial service, his ashes were placed in Westminster Abbey, between the graves of Isaac Newton and Charles Darwin, as if to affirm his place among the giants of science. But perhaps the most moving tribute came not from the grand ceremonies, but from the quiet acts of remembrance. That night, as the news of his death reached astronomers, they did something simple yet profound. They turned their telescopes toward the stars. Some trained their lenses on black holes, those mysterious objects he had spent his life studying. Others simply gazed at the sky, as if hoping to catch a glimpse of his spirit among the constellations. In the years since, his legacy has only grown brighter. The equations he wrote, the theories he proposed, continue to shape our understanding of the cosmos. The Stephen Hawking Foundation, established to support research in cosmology and to aid those with motor neuron diseases, carries forward his mission of curiosity and compassion. And every time someone picks up one of his books or watches a documentary about the universe, or simply pauses to look up at the night sky, his voice is there, whispering in the back of their mind, urging them to ask, to explore, to dream. His life was not an easy one. The disease that took his body could have crushed his spirit, but instead, it became part of his story, a reminder that the mind could soar even when the body could not. Those words echo now, not as a platitude, but as a truth he lived every day. And so, as the earth turns and the stars drift lazily across the heavens, as black holes continue their slow, silent dance, Stephen Hawking's presence lingers, not in any single discovery or equation, but in the way he taught us to see, to look beyond the obvious, to question the unquestioned, to find wonder in the ordinary. His was a life of courage, of curiosity, of unshakable belief in the power of the human mind. And if you listen closely, on a quiet night when the world is still, you might just hear his voice in the rustle of the wind, in the distant hum of the cosmos, reminding you that the universe is vast, mysterious, and infinitely beautiful, and that we are all part of its grand, unfolding story. So let the stars guide you tonight, as they did him. Let your thoughts drift among the galaxies, weightless and free. And as you close your eyes, imagine, just for a moment, that somewhere out there, beyond time and space, Stephen Hawking is still asking questions, still searching, still marveling at the wonder of it all. Sleep well and dream of the universe. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Stephen Hawking's legacy is like the faint glow of distant stars, subtle, yet enduring, casting light long after their fire has burned out. His ideas, once sparks in the vast darkness of the unknown, have grown into constellations of thought, guiding new generations of scientists, dreamers, and seekers of truth. Even now, his voice lingers in the quiet hum of laboratories, in the rustle of pages turned by curious minds, in the whispered discussions of those who still reach for the edges of the universe. His work on black holes, once met with skepticism, has become a cornerstone of modern physics. The concept of Hawking radiation, the faint glow of particles escaping a black hole's grip, was revolutionary, a delicate dance between quantum mechanics and gravity. Today, physicists continue to test its implications, searching for echoes of his predictions in the ripples of spacetime. Laboratories like CERN and observatories peering into the depths of the cosmos carry forward his questions, refining, challenging, and sometimes even reshaping his theories. The universe, after all, is never quite finished revealing its secrets. But Hawking's influence stretches far beyond equations and theorems. He became a symbol proof that the mind could soar, even when the body was bound to earth. Young scientists with disabilities see in him not just a genius, but a reminder that curiosity knows no physical limits. Institutions like the Stephen Hawking Foundation continue his mission, supporting research and accessibility in science, ensuring that the doors he pushed open remain wide for others to walk through. His voice, synthesized yet unmistakable, still speaks in classrooms and lecture halls, urging students to look up and wonder. In popular culture, his presence lingers like a gentle echo. Films, books, and even music carry traces of his ideas, weaving them into stories that make the cosmos feel closer, more intimate. The theory of the multiverse, the nature of time, the possibility of alien life, all these concepts, once confined to academic papers, now drift effortlessly into the collective imagination. thanks in no small part to Hawking's ability to make the profound feel personal. He had a rare gift, the power to distill the universe's mysteries into words that felt like poetry. And then there are those who walk directly in his footsteps, physicists like Kip Thorne and Lisa Randall, who build upon his work, threading new ideas into the tapestry he helped weave. The debate over black hole information, the nature of the Big Bang, the search for a theory of everything. These questions still pulse at the heart of physics. And in each discussion, Hawking's insights are there, like quiet guideposts in the dark. Perhaps most beautiful of all is how his ideas have taken on new life in unexpected places. Artists paint galaxies with his equations hidden in the stardust. Musicians compose melodies inspired by the rhythms of the cosmos he described. Philosophers ponder his words on the meaning of existence, finding in them not just science, but a kind of quiet wisdom. Even those who never met him feel his presence, as if his curiosity was contagious, passed like a torch from mind to mind. And so, as the night deepens and the world grows still, it's easy to imagine that somewhere, in the vast expanse he so loved, Stephen Hawking is still watching, not as a distant figure of the past, but as part of the universe itself, his ideas woven into the fabric of reality, his voice a whisper in the cosmic wind. The questions he asked are still being answered, the paths he carved still being walked. So let your thoughts drift among those stars tonight, weightless and unhurried. Imagine the countless minds out there, right now, gazing at the same sky, turning over the same mysteries. Some are students, just beginning their journey. Some are seasoned scientists, still chasing the truths he helped uncover. And some are simply dreamers, lying beneath the stars, feeling that same awe he felt, the awe that fuels discovery, that makes the universe feel alive. Close your eyes, and for a moment, let yourself be part of that great, unbroken chain. The cosmos is vast, but it is also connected. Every question, every idea, every spark of understanding linking us across time and space. And in that quiet connection, Stephen Hawking's legacy lives on, not as a monument, but as a living, breathing thing, as endless as the stars themselves. Sleep well and dream of the universe. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. There is something quietly inevitable about the way great figures become stories, how the complexity of a life is smoothed over by time, simplified into a handful of ideas and images that linger in the public imagination. Stephen Hawking is no exception. His story has been told and retold, often in ways that flatten the richness of his existence, turning him into a symbol rather than a person. And so, as you drift toward sleep tonight, let's gently untangle some of those myths, peeling back the layers to reveal the quieter truths beneath. One of the most persistent misconceptions is that Hawking's genius emerged fully formed, untouched by struggle or doubt. The image of him as a mind floating free of his body, untouched by human limitations, is a comforting one, but it isn't quite true. His brilliance was undeniable, yes, but it was also a hard one. He was not always the towering figure of physics we remember. As a young student at Oxford, he was bright, but not always disciplined, sometimes relying on intuition rather than deep study. It was only after his diagnosis with ALS, when the future narrowed before him, that he truly threw himself into his work with relentless focus. The myth of effortless genius erases the long nights, the frustrations, the moments of uncertainty that shaped him. Then there is the idea that Hawking's disability was somehow incidental to his achievements, that his mind operated independently of his body, as if his wheelchair and voice synthesizer were mere accessories, rather than integral parts of his experience. The truth is more complicated. His condition shaped not just how he worked, but how he thought. Confined to stillness, he developed a remarkable ability to visualize complex problems in his mind, turning physical limitation into a kind of intellectual advantage. And while his synthesized voice became iconic, it was also a source of deep personal frustration. He had once been a man who loved to talk, to argue, to laugh, and the loss of his natural voice was something he never fully accepted, even as he made peace with it. Another common oversimplification is the belief that Hawking's work was purely theoretical, existing in some rarefied realm beyond everyday concerns. In reality, he was deeply engaged with the world around him. He worried about nuclear war, spoke out on climate change, and even made playful bets with fellow scientists about the nature of black holes. His sense of humor was legendary, dry, mischievous, sometimes bordering on cheeky. He once threw a party for time travelers, sending out invitations only after the event had passed, just to see if anyone would show up. No one did, but the joke itself reveals a man who loved to play with ideas, to test the boundaries of what was possible. Perhaps the most romanticized aspect of Hawking's story is the notion that he was a lone genius, working in isolation. In truth, science is always a collaborative effort, and Hawking relied on a close-knit circle of colleagues, students, and caregivers. His breakthroughs were often the result of long conversations, heated debates, and the quiet support of those who helped him navigate a world not built for someone with his disabilities. His first wife, Jane, played an especially crucial role in those early years, balancing the demands of raising their children with the immense responsibility of caring for him. Their marriage was not without its strains. Love and frustration often walked hand in hand, but her dedication allowed him to focus on his work when he might otherwise have been consumed by the practical challenges of his condition. And then there is the way his ideas have been simplified for public consumption. Phrases like black holes aren't completely black, or time has a beginning are often repeated without the deeper context that gives them meaning. Hawking radiation, the theoretical process by which black holes slowly lose energy, is sometimes presented as settled fact, when in reality it remains unproven. A beautiful idea still waiting for experimental confirmation. Hawking himself was always careful to emphasize the provisional nature of scientific knowledge, the way even the most elegant theories must bend before the weight of new evidence. Even his famous book, A Brief History of Time*, is often misunderstood. Many who bought it never finished it, daunted by the complexities lurking beneath its deceptively simple prose. Hawking once joked that it was the most unread book in history, but he also took pride in the fact that it brought big questions: the origin of the universe, the nature of time, into mainstream conversation. He didn't expect everyone to grasp the mathematics, but he hoped to spark curiosity, to remind people that the universe was stranger and more wonderful than they might imagine. In the end, the real Stephen Hawking was neither saint nor solitary genius, but a man of contradictions, brilliant yet flawed, determined yet vulnerable, fiercely independent yet deeply reliant on others. His story is not just one of triumph over adversity, but of how adversity reshaped triumph, how limitation and possibility are sometimes two sides of the same coin. So as you drift off tonight, let go of the simplified versions, the polished myths. Instead, picture him as he was, a man who laughed, who argued, who got things wrong sometimes, who kept asking questions even when the answers were elusive. A man who, in the face of unimaginable challenges, chose to keep looking up at the stars, not because he had all the answers, but because the questions themselves were worth pursuing. And in that spirit, may your own thoughts drift gently among those same stars, untroubled by the need for certainty, content simply to wonder. The universe is vast, and there is room in it for all our questions, all our contradictions, all our imperfect human selves. Sleep well and dream of the mysteries that still remain. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. Stephen Hawking's life was not just a story of scientific brilliance, though his mind was among the most extraordinary of our time. It was also a story of resilience, of stubborn curiosity, of finding light even in the deepest darkness. As you settle into the quiet of the night, let his journey linger in your thoughts, not as a distant legend, but as a reminder of what it means to be human, to wonder, to persist. Picture him in his early years, a young man full of energy, cycling through the streets of Oxford, his laughter ringing out before fate began to reshape his path. Then, the gradual tightening of his body, the muscles refusing to obey, the doctor's grim predictions. They told him he had only a few years left. But Stephen Hawking did something remarkable. He refused to let those years be defined by despair. Instead, he turned his gaze outward, toward the vastness of the cosmos, as if the universe itself had whispered an invitation he couldn't ignore. His mind became his vessel, carrying him further than his body ever could. He explored black holes, those mysterious voids where time and space warp beyond recognition. And in doing so, he reshaped our understanding of them. He showed us that even darkness can emit light, that even the most crushing forces in the universe leave traces behind. Hawking radiation, as it came to be known, was more than a scientific breakthrough. It was a metaphor, a quiet lesson that nothing, not even a black hole, is truly final. But he was not just a thinker of equations and theories. He was a storyteller, too. One who believed that the mysteries of the cosmos belonged to everyone. His book, A Brief History of Time Asterisk, became a bridge between the abstract world of theoretical physics and the everyday wonder of ordinary people. With wit and simplicity, he made the unimaginable feel within reach, reminding us that science is not just for the experts. It is for the dreamers, the curious, the ones who look up at the stars and feel that quiet tug of awe. And then there was his voice, or rather, the voice that technology gave him when his own was taken away. That iconic digital tone, steady and calm, became one of the most recognizable sounds in the world. It could have been a symbol of limitation, but instead, it became a symbol of defiance, of perseverance. He used it to lecture, to debate, to tell jokes, even to argue. He never let it silence his spirit. As the years passed, his body grew weaker, but his influence only expanded. He became a cultural figure, appearing in television shows, documentaries, even cartoons, always with that glint of humor in his eyes. He reminded us that genius does not have to be solemn, that laughter and curiosity can walk hand in hand. He challenged governments, advocated for disability rights, warned about the dangers of artificial intelligence, and spoke passionately about the future of humanity. His voice carried weight not just because of his intellect, but because he had lived through so much and still chose hope. When he left this world in 2018, it was not an ending, but a continuation. His equations remain, his books still open on nightstands and library shelves, his ideas echoing through laboratories and classrooms. Scientists continue to test his theories, to build upon his work, to ask the questions he once asked, and in a way, he is still here in the student who gazes at the stars for the first time, in the researcher who refuses to accept an unsolved mystery, in the ordinary person who reads his words and feels a little less afraid of the unknown. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine him as he was not just the brilliant mind, but the man who loved a good joke, who rolled his wheelchair in joyful circles, who faced each day with a determination that defied expectation. His life reminds us that we are all, in our own way, explorers of the unknown, that the universe is not just out there, but within us, in the questions we dare to ask, in the dreams we refuse to abandon. So let your thoughts settle like starlight, soft and steady. There is no need for answers tonight, only the quiet comfort of curiosity. The cosmos is vast, and somewhere in its depths, the echoes of Hawking's laughter still linger, inviting you to wonder, to dream, to rest. Sleep well, and may your dreams be as boundless as the universe he loved so much.